So come on, let it go. Just let it be. Why don't you be you and I'll be me? Everything that's broke, leave it to the breeze. Why don't you be you and I'll be me? And I'll be me. From throwing clothes across the floor to teething clothes and slamming doors at you. If this is all we're living for, why are we doing it anymore? I used to recognize myself. It's funny how reflections change. It's funny how I can becoming something else I need. Come on, let it go. Just let it be. And why don't you be you and I'll be me? Everything that's broke, leave it to the breeze. And why don't you be you and I'll be me? And I'll be me. Trying to fit your hand inside of mine when we know it just don't belong. There's no force on earth can make me feel right. No, trying to push this problem up the hill when it's just too heavy to hold. Think now's the time to let it slide. So come on, let it go. Just let it be. And why don't you be you and I'll be me? Everything that's broke, to the breeze. Let the ashes fall. Forget about me. So come on, let it go. Let it to the breeze. And why don't you be you and I'll be me? And I'll be me.
The Link, here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Said I remember when we used to say in the government yard in strange style, Oba serving the hypocrites, mingle with the good people we need, good friends we have, good friends we've lost all along the way. In this bright future, you can't forget your past. So dry your tears, I say. No, man, no cry. no woman, no cry. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No woman, no cry. Said I remember when we used to sit in the government garden tree in town, and then Georgie would make them firelights like wood burning through the night, Then we would go cornmeal porridge to which I say to each of every one of you, my feet is my only courage, so I got to push on through. Let me say, everything's gonna be alright. 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 Everything's gonna be for right, yeah. Oh, boom, 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 no, no, yeah. Said I remember when we used to sit in the government garden tree in town, and then Georgie will make the firelight, baby, like wood burning through the night, Then we would go be movies, which I share to each of every one of you. My feet is my only courage, so I got to push on through. Let me hear you say, everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright, yeah. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be, yeah. No woman, no cry. Man, no cry. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No woman, no cry.
Rosinha uli die sombranzelten maak et zo te saluda antes de niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo el memu a nogi distancia como kupugi palu Zangiman malak Guafi con una sughiairi preba tu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa giluk tanu man libri sentami ti man ko badi.
Viva Wish I could move conta sa barakku. Sedekku istuya giniwa. Lo eko kugi conta sa barakku. Tahagu, hagu tahu. Won't you come and stay with me for a while? Sinya sumagaw at maybe someday we might have a chance. Born into love that you and I know. Fanaku ay kini umagwatata. Hear voices singing as we tani kanta makakanta para ako. So listen to the voices. 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 Listen to the voices.
Good morning, Guam. Right on. Morning, Jason.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's 6:23, Tuesday, January 25th. Longest January ever. Is it just me, or is this month taking like 5 years to pass? Oh, good morning.
Well, in theory, the sooner
Good morning.
February gets here, the sooner the surge will be over. In theory.
In theory, as Dr. Berg said, February 1st, guys. February 1st. Take down your shutters.
As Joe Sir makes his rounds, and showing you our beloved Master Control guys. Those guys bust their butt. What's up?
I sure do.
What's up, Master Control?
Yeah, thank you. They also put us on KUAM TV at 8 o'clock. Were we going
Yeah.
to KUAM TV today?
Yeah.
That's right. It's a complicated switch. It involves like pressing 85 buttons, so we definitely want to thank them for their hard work in getting the link out. Remember, we go on KUAM TV at 8 o'clock. It
It
is
is a very delicate dance that those guys do.
Yeah,
And they are unsung heroes for us here at KUM, and those guys are as much of a part of this show as we are.
Yeah.
We just be two dorks like
that's
with
it.
microphones.
We
if it
just
wasn't
be
for them.
straight up two dorks.
Yeah.
It's a lot of stuff going on. We did GDOE reporting at 38 student cases.
Oh my goodness.
11 employee cases. Again, we had 600
622.
600 a lot COVID cases last night. Guys, there's been a change. Apparently, this is kind of annoying, honestly. It was a big change by public health. They had a press conference yesterday, and they are now trying to, because of a test kit shortage, they're trying to prioritize high-risk people for the COVID-19 testing. We do have a clip here. We're going to go ahead and play this right out the gate. That's important because I know that probably a lot of you guys are already heading towards the TGen testing site, and this is kind of a big pivot. It's well, it is what it is, first of all, but public health.
We also have that graphic too, if you want to.
We do.
If you want to.
If I want to play the graphic on the radio, I can.
No, I mean Joser's got the graphic.
Kidding. Hey, morning, guys. We're brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITD, and Jack in the Box. Yeah, so public health to prioritize symptomatic patients, high risk, close contacts. And this is starting tomorrow. Okay, starting tomorrow, public health and community testing partners will prioritize COVID-19 testing across all public health testing platforms to only symptomatic patients and high risk, close contacts. Due to the high volume of testing in the last several weeks, testing kits and supplies are limited. The criteria for high risk, close contacts are unvaccinated or not fully vaccinated. Now, what is the definition of not fully vaccinated? You don't have your 2 shots.
Or you may have gotten your 2 shots, but it's longer than
6 months and you haven't got the booster.
Yeah.
Ages 65 or older, multiple comorbidities or multiple underlying health conditions, moderately to severely immunocompromised condition. And this is a really hard pivot, guys, as the governor, when we were graced with an address from her a couple addresses back, her big thing was go get tested. And so when you tell the people to go get tested, what the hell you think the people are going to do?
And you saw as recently as last week, too, us on this show, because we were, reading off the JIC reports, and it said, the Teason testing site, show up, you don't have to exhibit any symptoms.
Because that was
last
told.
week. So we were just saying,
Yes.
okay, if you want to go there and, for your peace of mind, or if you may have heard that you came into contact, maybe one of your coworkers, a family member, or something like that.
Yeah.
And
I
then
mean,
now it's been refined
it has,
mightily.
but I just want to say, I mean, the tone, we're going to play the former Senator Fernando Estevez has been hired on at Public Health. He was part of the GARDA Surgeon Cell. Right, and so he is now the man for the COVID-19 response. And so that's why you've been seeing him. In case you guys are wondering, why are we seeing former Senator Fernando Estevez all over the TV? It's because he's working at Public Health and he is the incident command, which basically, I guess, it means he's in charge of the COVID-19 response for public health. Okay, there's all you got the physician advisory group, you got the governor's office. They're doing their, you know what I mean. So
I'm sorry. So as far as the organization, does he take?
I don't know what the rankings are, bro. All I know is that he's employed at Public Health, and he is the incident commander. I don't know what his title is, his official title, but that's the role.
I think he has a military title now, the incident commander.
Well, that's what it's been.
Yeah.
It's anybody who is kind of managing the response, they call them the incident commander.
Is this what Chima Mbakwan was?
It was what he was previously kind of doing, right? And
now he's returned to his
he
previous
went back
job
to
in
the
charge
TB
of tuberculosis
thing, right.
and leprosy.
Yeah, but anyway, so we're going to play this clip here, and I don't know if it was just me, but I really wasn't comfortable with the tone of this and kind of chastising people for wanting to go get tested because, like I said, your governor said to go get tested. So if people are going to get tested at an overwhelming amount because they want to know their status because the government told us to know our status, then you can't really be upset with the people. But I'm going to play this clip anyway to kind of show you guys how serious they're taking this. I mean, it's I don't know if they're going to, it almost seems like they're going to arrest you if you show up to get tested without symptoms. And it's huge. This is big. People deserve to know their status, my thinking. And I know we have a test kit shortage, but again, it goes back to the preparation of it. We're supposed to be preparing for a super typhoon. When you're preparing for the super typhoon, what is the first thing you do? Open your cabinets, right? I mean, yeah, you can put up the shutters, but you want to inventory. How many latangkutnis do we have? How many 5-gallon water do we have? Do we have water to flush the toilet? That's how you prepare for the super typhoon. You don't put up the shutters and then go in the house and whatever, and then the super typhoon comes, power goes out, water goes out, and and we don't got nothing to eat. You know what I mean? Anyway, it's just me. Of course, I'm critical. I'm a critical thinker. I'm not sorry about it. But let's go to play this clip here. Which one is it?
No, you're in the wrong day.
I am in the wrong day.
Yeah.
What day is it, Jay?
25th today.
It's today. I don't even know what day it is.
It is the 25th.
Do I care?
It's
I don't
still
know.
January, as
It's
you said.
January. Is there still a pandemic?
Yes.
Okay, we're still in a pandemic. This is not a dream, right?
No, this is the
This is reality. Thank you, Jay. Yeah, so here you go. The incident commander for the Department of Public Health and Social Services, and he's basically talking about this new policy from Public Health that prioritizes testing, COVID-19 testing for symptomatic patients.
For those that are high risk, yes, they will be asking the question as they come to the line. But the other thing too is, and I think this question comes up a lot, right? How do we determine if somebody is symptomatic or not? The truth is we don't, right? You don't. It's symptoms are largely reported subjectively, so, we hope that people are going to be honest when they come to get tested, whether they have an appointment or try to walk in. And if they're dishonest about whether or not they're symptomatic, shame on them. I'll just say it, shame on them, because they'll be taken away from somebody who may actually need that test in order to be identified and may need to get treatment that we may have. So, this is a community partnership, right? Public health obviously cannot do it by itself to try to keep everything going and keep the island open. So, of course, we rely heavily on the population and the people to work with us. And we hope that the honor system is still held true today. It's still held true today.
The honor system. And we're talking about
Wow.
free COVID testing.
Yeah.
So guys, that's where they're at. Like really, I mean, they're thinking that you guys are gonna be lying that, oh no, I got a runny nose. I don't know, what do? Don't pull down your mask, guys.
This is interesting because when the pandemic first started, and it was really, really hard. I mean, it's
Right,
almost a
yeah.
complete 180 of the situation
Totally.
2 years ago.
Yeah.
When
We
the
should be
pandemic-
happy with this. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? We should be happy that people want to go get tested.
And I remember distinctly because the very first, and they called it it was a pilot project. The community testing, it was over at Estumbo. At the time, Public Health Director Linda Unpinko Denorsi, and they were saying, we'd like people...
Remember, Jay, we had to kind of beg people to go, hey, go
Exactly.
get tested. Yeah.
And the very first day, it was like a trickle of people that showed up, and they even said, we'd like people to use the honor system. We're not gonna shame you in public, and we're not going to call you out, give up your your residential address or anything like that. But please use the honor system. If you are feeling bad, just let us know.
Right.
And people were just like, no, I'm okay. And it's like, hey,
I mean, but to say
And
something
now it's like a total-
use the honor system, I mean,
Yeah.
where people aren't trying to cheat. We're talking about COVID-19 testing. People want to go and they want to get tested. They're not, lying about it. They're just showing up because the governor said, go get tested.
Also interesting is Senator Esteves said last week, I believe, last Thursday when Public Health had its press the live stream, that they were saying usually the cap that they plan for and they budget for in terms of manpower and resources is 600 cases per day at the Teads site. They said they were well exceeding that, but they'll take extra people and they always have an extra stash.
Yeah.
But they said they were going way over that consistently.
Yeah, and so now they're saying that we have about 30,000 test kits, Jay, which is going to last us. I mean, if we keep testing at this clip, less than a month, right?
We've got 30,000 remaining.
We do have some comments here.
Is that what you, I'm sorry. Is that
That's
what,
what
you
I
meant?
saw.
Okay,
yeah,
and then
in
of course
Daniel's story.
there were 30,000 gone through already just in the month of January.
January, correct? Yeah. Zori's comments. Didn't she say we were prepared? Yeah, she did. We don't have that anymore. But yeah, the governor said we were prepared. Lo and behold, they've suspended indefinitely the monoclonal antibody treatment, and now we're scaling back on the testing. But the good news is that's going to mean there's less positives, and then maybe Dr. Berg can hit his February 1st timeline if they're only testing symptomatic patients, high risk, close contacts. And this starts tomorrow, guys. But I mean, and just this characterization that people are just showing up to get tested just for funsies. I mean, are you serious? People are showing up to get tested because they don't know if they have COVID-19. That's just baseline, right? Whether or not they're asymptomatic. I mean, look at it. If someone in my household was positive, I wouldn't know if I gave it to them because I'm boosted, right? So maybe I'm asymptomatic, but don't I deserve the right to go and get tested and find out without being judged that I'm making stuff up or I'm not, being dishonorable? I'm serious. I mean, one of my kids got the virus because they're not vaccinated. It would just be process of elimination. Any reasonable thinking person would say, hey, let's all go get tested. But now public health is like, what, you got to lie to get tested? Well, oh, no, yeah, I got a runny nose. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. I mean, obviously, I know what they're going to say. They're going to say this is a nationwide shortage and that everywhere else is facing the same problem. But the governor, again, when she came out and said prepare for the super typhoon, she talked about these test kits that we have, these this fast Q test kits or something. Yeah, so I guess it is what it is, guys. The last day for public health to test, I guess, everybody, right? So they'll take all comers. But Jay, what's the status of the appointments? Let's go ahead and get.
Okay, yeah.
And then Mark, the comment here, and I mean, it just when I saw this, and I know Fernando, we're cool, but it's just like, bro, I don't know, what are you thinking, saying that kind of stuff? It's almost like you're demonizing, shaming people for wanting to go get tested. It's ridiculous. Mark comments, people are getting tested to keep the people around them safe. Exactly. Who wants to show up and wait freaking 2-3 hours to get tested?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't get it. People are showing up to get tested because you said get tested, right? So, I mean, I understand we're pivoting because there's a limited supply of test kits, but it's totally unnecessary to shame people who are trying to go find out their status, especially when the government said an important part of navigating out of this surge was going to get tested to know your status.
Yeah, kind of like the life cycle of this. So we've gone from just in a matter of, what, a week and a half, a period of, we'll take all comers, please everybody, you know, go get tested, and then
they just didn't anticipate.
And then it shifted to, okay, well, we'll take all comers, but we're prioritizing the people that are actually sick or exhibiting symptoms.
And now it's shame on you for trying to get tested. We need to test these old people.
Yeah.
Which, of course, you know, the Monumcor are the priority. But again, to me, it comes down to messaging, right? You can't demonize and shame people for showing up and wanting to get tested when public health hasn't done the groundwork, the legwork to get the messaging out. You know what I mean? They're coming out with this the day before.
Remember our caller yesterday?
They're coming out with this the day before the change and then expecting everyone to just fall in line. And it's the same thing with this appointment thing. There's just no consistent communications, no consistent messaging. That's like we're a chicken with the head cut off, right? I mean, go get tested. Oh, no, don't get tested. Oh, yeah, go get tested. Okay. I mean, it's very frustrating.
Well, remember the caller just yesterday? Remember that really
Here's another
really
one.
Cool but frustrated guy.
Jay, sorry, bro.
No,
Quentin is a teacher. He says, so students can't go back to school without being tested? Are they going to be turned away even if it's a requirement to return to class? Good question.
Good question.
What about those people who are trying to adhere to your governor's mandate on the unvaccinated? Are they now not a priority? Are we doing away with the mandate? I don't know, because we don't have public health on here. Their PIO doesn't go on here and doesn't explain anything. We just get stuck with the bag, haven't explained it to you guys. We're doing our best. But I know it is frustrating. It's frustrating for us because I hate to see our people just jerked around in all these different directions. You know, I mean,
tell you what, Quentin, we're actually pinning your comment on our Facebook on the comment stream and everything, so it's gonna like appear at the top because like I want to save this one because we're gonna ask this if we get somebody on. That's a good question.
Yeah, Rosemary, people will not line up for hours for testing because they want to use up the test for those who believe they really need them.
Yeah. Chris, I was saying too, remember yesterday that caller that we had, the gentleman, he was frustrated, but he was very, very honest. What was the situation again? He said his young son had tested positive or was sick?
His son had tested positive, and then he had gone to get tested like a good dad. And what a great dad. Yeah. We shouldn't be shaming him.
And he legit booked an appointment. Yeah. He had an appointment at 10:30, I believe.
Yep.
But
not shame on you, Dad.
Lined up at 7:45.
Right, yeah. I don't know. It's just kind of, I just didn't like the tone there. It was just like almost like talking down on people. And we want to do our part to get out of this surge, right? So if that's the new policy, it is what it is, guys. Jay, what's the status with the appointments?
Okay, so appointments for the Tees Inside. Remember, and now with the shortage, I guess we can call it, because that's what GovGuam's calling it. You do need to make an appointment. If you are to be tested, you do need an appointment today and tomorrow. If you go to tinyurl.com/COVID stops with me, Tees Inside today and tomorrow, fully booked. But Thursday, Friday, Saturday, still available.
Yeah.
There is community testing available at the Northern Regional Health Center up in Dededo and the Southern Regional Health Center in Inalahan today from 9 to 12, today through the 29th. So that's today through Saturday. Remember, yesterday, of course, Inalahan was fully booked. Yeah. Apparently not the case today. So they have got openings, but you do need to call because and they will only see you if you are symptomatic, right? So you do need to have some sort of, scratchy throat, runny nose.
But don't be lying to these people. Don't be doing, I don't want to hear no fake coughing, guys.
Yeah.
They might book you. You might.
So the number, of course, for that, I'm going to put the number in the comments.
What are you doing time for? Oh, man, I fake coughed in the line at Tejan. It's so dishonest.
So the Dededo Northern Region Community Health Center is 671-635-7525 or 7526. Once again, 671-635-7525 or 7526 to make an appointment if you are, in fact, symptomatic. If anything, if you are feeling bad, please make an appointment. You can be tested up in Dedido. If you're in Ilahan, make an appointment to be tested there. 671-828-7604 or 7605. 828-7604-7605.
Okay, and then and guys, the symptoms again for COVID-19. I mean, we kind of know this stuff already, but just so you know, because in case they interrogate you over there, the symptoms may appear 2 to 14 days after exposure to the virus. So people with these symptoms may have COVID-19: fever or chills, cough, shortness of breath or difficulty breathing, fatigue, muscle or body aches, headache, new loss of taste or smell, sore throat, congestion or runny nose, nausea or vomiting, and yes, diarrhea. Emergency warning signs for COVID-19. If someone is showing any of these signs, don't go tested. Just go straight to the hospital. Trouble breathing, persistent pain or pressure in the chest, new confusion, inability to wake or stay awake, pale gray or blue colored skin, lips or nail beds, depending on skin tone. Okay, so guys, this is the policy from public health. Don't shoot the messenger. We'll play the message again a couple times this morning, but starting tomorrow, because of a test kit shortage, they're going to prioritize testing of symptomatic patients and high-risk close contacts. Okay, public health and their community testing partners, again, will prioritize COVID-19 testing across public health testing platforms to only symptomatic patients and high-risk close contacts. Due to the high volume of testing in the last several weeks, testing kits and supplies are limited. The criteria for high-risk close contacts are unvaccinated or not fully vaxxed, 65 years or older, multiple comorbidities or multiple underlying health conditions, a moderately to severe immunocompromised condition.
So I'm just thinking that maybe, and we started talking about this because we've obviously promoted the public health testing sites, like more than other. But I mean, if you do want to kind of, if you do need to be tested, if you're feeling like a little bit bad, there are also the private clinics, which they might take the insurance. Just give them a call and explain your situation and everything.
Mark
like that.
commented, so now we need to pass a test to be tested. Yeah, it's like the lottery. Sorry. I mean, and obviously sense of humor is just a great way of coping with a lot of these decisions that come down that, now we have to make it make sense for you guys. It is what it is, and we'll keep you posted on any information. I mean, if they start doing this today, because it kind of sounded like with Fernando that, I don't know, it kind of sounded like they've already been trying to prioritize the symptomatic patients, but the official announcement came out. This is in last night's JIC.
Yeah.
Right? So they do this crap where they come out with a huge change the day before something. Oh my God.
So I mean, if you are
my God.
if you are feeling very, very bad,
Yeah.
I mean, seek medical attention. But if you
Of course.
if you want to kind of take some of the pressure off, or you just don't have that much time to like sit in line, I mean, like our thoughts go out to you, because there have been a lot of people in that case. I mean, call your private clinic. I mean, there's
Yeah. I mean, it's just
American
unfortunate
Medical
because
Center,
they're
IHP,
right,
FHP,
yes.
SDA clinic.
yep.
What else am I missing?
And most of them, you got to do like a sick visit, or else you're gonna have to pay, right? And
Yeah.
but
my best friend since second grade, I've known him for 40 years and everything like that, feeling really, really bad, had really bad body aches, and he goes, I think I may have got it. His daughter previously had it a
Yeah,
couple weeks ago,
yeah.
so he was calling around. He finally got time to see, and he was seen across the street.
yeah, I mean, it's crazy the difficulty in getting tested. I mean, it's a public health emergency. We should be able to count on, and they are doing.
Yeah.
I feel like they're doing their best. Okay.
There's whatever's
Especially
going on with the Guam radiology,
Right.
like center testing and everything. I mean, again, nothing official has been announced as far as like that, but
They're
apparently
like a
they're
testing
testing
partner.
a lot of people.
Yeah, they are, and they're trying their best, but again, like the guy we had call the other day, people are asymptomatic. They don't have symptoms. Maybe they want to get tested. It doesn't mean they're trying to game the system. It's because they want to know, am I the person who gave my son COVID or my grandma, or you know what I mean? So this is a big change, and it's effective starting tomorrow. But let us know if you guys are in line to go get tested or whatever, and they're turning people away, which is something we have heard they've been doing the last few days. Let us know. You know what I mean? Let us know.
So I mean, I guess just from my vantage point here, it's it's a little bit, obviously it's a big concern.
Yeah.
Like about the the testing shortage and some of the policy changes that they're having to make and everything like that. But that's not the only place to get tested.
Right.
And again, just call your private clinic and explain your situation and
Sure.
everything like that. I mean,
But,
these
Jay,
people,
but
these
Jay-
people are compassionate people that are in the business to get you better.
It doesn't matter how compassionate you are, though. If there's just not enough test kits, there's just not enough test
Right.
kits, right? And so we did see with the Catholic schools, one of the factors that led to them going back to online was they didn't have
Shortage.
enough test kits to finish out last week,
Yeah.
right? And so obviously testing is huge. It's a huge part of this. And
And
I
how
don't
long
know-
did Father Val say they were in that? He said that was a long meeting. He
Yeah.
goes, they talked for a very long time about every single possible situation.
Yeah, and it's just confusing because we hear from a lot of the businesses that they got their tests from public health, right? As because they've got to comply and obey the governor's mandate to test their employees who are not vaccinated every week. But they haven't been replenished with their test kit supplies, at least as of late last week. And when we asked public health about it, they said, "Oh yeah, all they got to do is call and ask us." But now they're saying there's a test kit shortage, so I'm not really sure what is accurate here. But what we do know for sure is that they have changed the testing policy, and we were informed last night when the JIC came out. So tell your friends, tell your family. This goes into effect tomorrow again. But if they're questioning you at the place, I mean, just say you want to know because you're trying to keep your family safe. You know what I mean? Fernando seemed really concerned about people lying. What world are we living in? People lying to get COVID. You think we want to get tested for COVID? Let me make something up so I can go wait in line for 2 hours just to get my freaking nose swabbed. No, they're not. People aren't making stuff up. They're getting tested because they're anxious, they're frustrated, they want to know, right? And that was just part of the governor's big thing. It was test. Testing was the first one. Track and treat. Okay? Now we're not testing as much and we're not treating as much because
The Manila Monoclonal
Yeah.
Antibody Center clinic has closed down temporarily
Yeah.
again, and also at GMH they have
So are we still tracking or are we no?
GMH they have scaled back the antibody treatments as well.
Anyway, it's a 6:48. So yeah, this is the show today. We're getting the Rear Admiral Benjamin Nicholson on at 8 o'clock. Just a ton of questions for him. I mean, we put it in the chat. Anyone got questions for the Admiral? And it's like still going off. So we'll get Rear Admiral Benjamin Nicholson
And
on.
since last week, we're having the Admiral on and everything.
Yeah.
It's starting to be reported how many cases are being reported by
Right.
the DoD
Yes.
in the daily numbers.
Let's add that to the list too. We'll go ahead and get into the comments here before we get to the news. Marcy, Chris, you were too kind with your choice of words. I have a lot to say, but it's not suitable on air. It is frustrating. It's very frustrating to see this on, and I saw it with you guys. I saw it in the news last night, and I was just like, what the hell is this? We're shaming people for wanting to go get tested, and it's different. It was like someone in the private sector, but we're talking about someone who is leading the charge for the COVID-19 response.
You and Sabrina and Joser and I have talked about it. Imagine if we didn't have, if this wasn't like, what they call like a mainstream, like radio and live stream show and
Yeah,
everything like
yeah.
that. If this was like a pure podcast, which was on the internet and we could say anything we wanted,
Yeah.
including profanities.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how under certain situations, like,
Sure, yeah.
I mean, I've seen you when you're very, very passionate. You curse like a drunken sailor, bro.
Sorry, yeah, I just...
Not on the show, of course. But
No,
whatever.
yeah. I don't know if it's a radio thing, but it's like not being able to. I mean, that's the one thing, right? Don't curse. So, I mean, it's frustrating, man. It's frustrating. Does it make us want to curse? Yeah, because I feel for our people, man. I feel for these people who. I mean, look at this situation. Talking to friends, it's like you get someone who's positive in your house, and if you're listening to your governor and she's saying go get tested, what are you going to do? You're a close contact now of a positive. You can't go to work. You got to go get tested. So now you're missing work to go get tested, but now public health is saying, oh, we're only going to test you if you're symptomatic. So where does that leave these people? Do they just stay home and suck it for 5 days and miss out on getting paid? There's a lot of questions. As usual, public health comes out with these, they drop these things, and then there's just so many questions after, and there's no presence for them to come on and be like, okay, this is this and this. Guys, don't worry, this is what it is. So you just get us freaking out. Liz, if tests are limited, then students should not be banned from going to school if they have no symptoms. They already have to do the 3 Ws. Public health and DOE need to get it straight. It's like Dumb and Dumber. Parents are
And
getting
again,
confused.
worth repeating. And here's the number: 38
yeah.
student cases reported like last night, confirmed by GDOE, and
Yeah.
11 from staffers of the agency.
Yeah, and
38.
it almost, I mean, this response, it's like they've already checked. I feel like they've checked out and they said, okay, we're getting, 600, 700, 800 cases, but don't worry about it. It's mild. Hospital's good. I know some people work at the hospital and they're really worried. They look at these high numbers and they say, hot donuts, it's just a matter of time before we get an avalanche of patients, because it's a numbers game. It's a risk. I mean, and that's the gamble, right? Are we willing to just deal? And I mean, it is what it is. It can't stop it now because they didn't start to try and stop it in the beginning. But all of these positive cases, right? So many of them end up in the hospital. And if you're a frontliner, don't tell me you're not looking at these numbers and thinking, oh, God, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. And I mean, if you're thinking that, I don't know why no one around who's making decisions is thinking the same thing.
And you know what? By no means are we dodging essentially what is this is the biggest story this morning. You know, I mean, we're not insensitive to it. There are 4 people who are no longer with us.
Yeah, and these are people who tested positive and died.
I have that right off the top in news. Yeah, there are 4 families this morning who are grieving.
This is not like a retroactive.
Our community is grieving because we're all one big family.
It's not like these people died in October or March of 2020 or whatever. These are people who tested positive for COVID this month and died this month. Yet we're being told that it's mild. We're being told that don't worry, we can have 800 positives and it's going to be okay. We're being told by Dr. Berg the surge is going to be over in 6 days. How many days?
Oh, left in January?
Yeah, because February 1st was what he
today's
said.
The 25th.
We got to get
6
that
more
clip
days.
on here, guys. Okay, so
now just to give you guys some context, if to remember, when Nestor Lecanto interviewed Dr. Nathaniel Berg, the chairman of the Physicians Advisory Group, I want to say a week and a half ago, he was saying, and he didn't nail down a specific date, but he goes, if everybody does their part, and we're very, very lucky, and he was emphasizing that point. He goes, we could maybe
rub your rosary beads.
Yeah, we could maybe slow the surge by maybe the first week of.
I don't want to hear a science guy tell me about luck.
But then epidemiologist Dr. Annette David and Dr. Ho Wen yesterday, himself the former chairman, of course, of the PAG, said, it probably looks like it's going to be in the latter part of February.
Yeah, Dr. Ho was straight up like, yeah, that's nonsense. Dr. David, because I know that she serves on at least one board with Dr. Berg, was a little more restrained in her. She said, oh, well, that's pretty hopeful.
Mm. But she was actually targeting, she goes, if I would probably think it would be like in the back half of.
Yeah. So it is February. What it is, guys. I mean, I'm not saying, and again, this is what I noticed when you start to talk about the spread, is we get these people from the administration, they say, oh, well, what do you want us to do? You want us to lock it down? I mean, obviously it's late for that, and I don't think that was ever really an option. I think that option was taken off the table after they locked us down the first time, just because of the outcry, right? But I feel like there are measures that they could have done that would have sent a message out to the community that they didn't do. Like the number one thing Dr. Hoa said was like, hey, put a limit, lower the gathering limit, right? And what does that do essentially? Well, it lowers the gathering limit, but I think more importantly, it sends a message to the people from their leadership that, hey, this thing is, we're saying it's mild, but we're still going to try and do things to maybe stem the tide of the surge, right? Because right now it's like, what are we doing? We were testing, tracking, and treating, but now we're limiting the testing because of a shortage, and our monoclonal antibodies, the clinics shut down. I mean, you got to wonder, could these people who tested positive, could they have availed of that? Were they positive before it was closed down? The question again, did we make enough of an effort to reach out to these people who are known? I mean, these are known positives. We'll go ahead and get into the news now. It's 6:55. It's Tuesday, January 25th. Thank you guys, Facebook Live, for joining us.
Joe Sir got a shout out directly.
Yes.
Normally people say, oh, good morning, Chris, Sabrina,
Right. Jason,
and team. John Taitino goes, good morning, Joe Sir and team.
He's frontliner,
Hey,
Joe Sir.
Finally,
Yes,
very deserved. Joe Sir got top billing.
that's it.
Hardest working man in show business. I've been saying for 2 years.
We got some more comments before we get to the news. Gary comments, now that we can't get the monoclonal antibodies, testing is even more important now to know earlier if we're positive. Yes, thank you. Chris Cave, are you kidding me? It's sus stopping people from getting tested. That's crazy. Another comment. The
Is-
new
you know, it's
policy.
kind of. I'm sorry if I may. You know, Chris Cave. He's been with us through this COVID journey. You know, down at the port, right? Joins us each and every morning.
no, that's Chris Agagi.
Oh, that Chris Aggie?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Chris Cave has also been with us.
Oh yeah, Chris Cave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Chris's tone, and Chris, if I may say so, Chris, you can see in Chris's tone heightened concern,
Yeah.
a little bit of tension and
Of
everything like
course,
that. And
yeah.
you know, I mean, we've come to know these people that
Yeah.
comment with us, interact with us like every day. This concerns me. Like,
Yeah, it does.
people are getting stressed.
Marcy, the new policy priorities aim to suggest the unvaccinated are still spreading the virus. As we all know, that's not the case anymore. Vaccinated or not, people should get tested. Chamarita cannot return to work unless you show proof that you're negative. I got a headache already. I need to go get tested because I got symptoms of confusion. If that's the case, I think we need to test the whole COVID-19 response, Steve, because they're tough and confused. Liz Agagi, it's very sad. You also have to be screened if you're a candidate for monoclonal antibodies. Some might not be lucky. It would be nice to see a list of who gets the treatment. Good morning, guys.
Yeah, they told my friend, you know, again, my best friend tested positive like yesterday, and they walked him through like all the steps, and they said, okay, well, this is, you know, you can take Tylenol every day to kind of like, you know,
Right.
if you have body aches and everything. They said normally we would recommend you go get the treatment, but, you know, at least for the first half of this week, you know, the clinic has been suspended and everything like that. So he said, we'll be in contact with you if that is made available again. So he was telling me, he's like, man.
I mean, guys, if you're tracking this, if you're really following it, and I know you are because you guys are Link fam. I mean, look at that. We're limited on test kits. We've stopped the monoclonal antibody treatment. We had 4 people die. The positives, alarming. It's not even alarming anymore. I'm still not getting used to seeing, you know. I mean, when we talk triple digits, we're not talking 100. 100, I will take 100 right now.
662 last night.
Yes. God. And so, yeah, if you look at all these little pieces, I mean, these are red flags to me. They're red flags, and they're flying in the face of this whole narrative that we were prepared. Prepare for the super typhoon. We're good. We got it. 6, 7, 800. In the words of Dr. Berg, it's going to be okay. I mean, I pray it is. God, I don't want this thing to go any more south than it is already.
Can I ask, because you have the pulse of the people like so often, right? One thing that I've noticed, I don't even know if you noticed this about yourself, bro, but in the past couple days of this show, you've been really
Do I have
asking
more
pe-
gray hair?
Well, yeah.
Oh.
And you know, the 3 of us and Bree, we always check on each other, say, hey man, how's
Yeah.
your mental doing? And
Right
everything. You've been asking our callers, you've been asking like people who comment.
Don't ask
How
me
their
how
mental-
my mental health is, bro.
Yeah.
Please.
So what so what advice would you have for our community and the family that we built on this show and everything like that? Because there is a heightened sense of tension, and
Yeah.
people are we don't want people like to freak out because you know that only leads to like craziness and everything like that. So how can you actually calm
I think
people's
the only
nerves
thing
and
that you,
set people straight?
I don't know if you be calm, because there's just a lot of things at play here. There's just like mistrust of the government, not having confidence in this response. There's, you know, the fear that you're going to get the virus like so many thousands of other people. There's just a lot of things at play here. There's these policies that target the unvaccinated. To me, they don't really do anything. It's that our government seems just obsessed with this vaccinate booster campaign that I don't think we can reach these last like 8,000 people who they just don't want it. You know what I mean? That's fine. And I'm boosted. I'm not an anti-vaxxer at all. I've got all of it in my body running through my veins right now. But that doesn't mean I'm going to be like, all in on their policies, because I see it, right? I see that you guys would see people who are vaccinated, which is supposed to stave off serious illness. They're in the hospital. So I get it. I get that you see that and you just check out and you can't process that the vaccine helps you. I mean, guys, I'm not an idiot, right? And I believe that the vaccine has kept me safe. Someone told me the other day, they said, yeah, but you've got both shots, you have a booster, and you're wearing 2 masks. Like, what's the point? And I was trying to think of a way to explain it to people, and I was thinking, okay, so when you
if you go outside in the cold, some people wear 3 layers of underwear.
Yeah, but it's like when you get in your car to drive, right? You turn on the car, you buckle your seatbelt, right? Does that mean you go drive, 1,000 miles an hour and crash into the power pole? No. I get in the car, I buckle my seatbelt, but I also have 2 rosaries hanging from the rear view, right? I have, I've got those little cards that you get from funerals in the car. I've got a lot of things that,
Amen.
I want and I believe will keep me safe. and lucky. Even
Do you
though
have your high school graduation tassel?
I don't.
I do. That keeps me safe.
Yeah.
That keeps me lucky.
You know what I mean? So it's like layers upon layers, and that's what they say. Layers of protection. So you got the 3 Ws, you got all your jabs and your shots and all that stuff. And then you have, the mask is part of the 3 Ws. And so it is what it is. That's what I was going to say, Jay, is if you're having trouble grasping all of this stuff, the one mantra, probably the smartest thing I heard the governor say in this pandemic, I mean, COVID is a bitch was really entertaining, but it is what it is. That is the only thing that has gotten me through this pandemic. And I don't know how many more it is what it is I have left in me, but that's the only thing that works for me. I just look at this and I say, it is what it is. And then we move on. Okay? Well, we're not really moving on because there's just everything it is what it is.
That works for me, and I hope for a lot of you listening or watching right now.
I don't think you're ever going to hear that from your therapist, though. Hey, you know what? Just say it is what it is and take 2 Tylenol. Call me in the morning.
Our friend, psychiatrist Dr. Christiana Whitman is on line 1, and she wants to have a word with you.
Right.
Okay, by the way, if you, like me, if you graduated from high school 30 years ago and you've still got your graduation tassel, I graduated from Sanchez, right? So
Yeah.
it's like, you got the silver and black.
Yeah.
That thing is so faded right now. It looks like I graduated from Academy. It's
Right.
white.
Oh, wow.
It is so pale.
Hey, guys, 7:02. We're KUAM-FM on The Breeze. Good morning. Again, just before we get into the news, just so you know, big pivot here. Public health, due to a shortage of supplies to include test kits, they're now prioritizing testing symptomatic patients. But this is starting tomorrow. So if you're asymptomatic or you had a close contact, but you just don't know what your status is, apparently, according to what they have told us, you could still go today. But this policy will be implemented in full tomorrow. They're going to have the runny nose police out there beginning tomorrow. Public health and community testing partners will prioritize COVID-19 testing across all public health platforms to only symptomatic patients and high-risk close contacts due to the high volume of testing in the last several weeks. Testing kits and supplies are limited. The criteria for high-risk close contacts, okay, listen up. This is who's getting tested or who has priority. Unvaccinated or not fully vaccinated. 65 years or older, multiple comorbidities or multiple underlying health conditions, moderately to severely immunocompromised conditions. Okay, it's 7:03.
So the term collectively is when we say our island's most vulnerable.
Right.
When we say that, yeah.
And they're being prioritized. Now, if you look at that word prioritize, it doesn't necessarily, to me, indicate that they would turn away. It just means that they're going to be given the priority, right? It's like when you fly in a plane, you get priority boarding for all the people who fly in the front of the plane. It's not like they don't let anyone else on, right? You still get it, but you're a coach, so you last. So
And you can't be one of those people that said, and then you put on Instagram, I got bumped up. There is a pecking order to this, so they do want to take care of the people who are like at most risk.
Right, yeah. I mean, I guess the good news is it'll lead to less positive cases being reported. Maggie comments, maybe they're backing off testing because we're getting access to self-tests more. It's apparently a shortage of test kits, Maggie, is what they said.
Overall, right?
Right.
Okay, and Joser, his wife actually is a pharmacist, and she said those the test kits high demand, right? That's probably like the number one question I would assume at Mrs. Joser's pharmacy, and all other private pharmacies have been having for.
And so we did get the big questions we got this morning is, okay, if we're prioritizing testing for symptomatic patients, what about those who have to adhere to your governor's mandate about the unvaccinated? Supposed to get tested every week. What about those who need to get tested to be cleared to return to school?
I didn't think about that.
Right,
Yeah,
these are big things not mentioned at all in public health's JIC. So maybe we'll get something like on that. Since it goes into effect tomorrow, maybe they'll put it out at midnight tonight. It's 7:05. Let's go ahead and get into our first look at news brought to you by Pacific Points with the very latest. Sitting in for Sabrina Salas-Matanani, Jason Salas from the KUAM News Team. Good morning, Jason.
All right, good morning, bro, and good morning, Guam. Thanks so much for hanging with us this morning. Once again, a link update brought to you by Pacific Points, as Chris just mentioned, where you can do more, get more. We thank all of our friends and our partners at Pacific Points for bringing you today's news headlines. And we do want to tell you the very, very tragic news as 4 more COVID-related deaths have our community in mourning on Tuesday, as once again we pray for the lives that were lost due to coronavirus. We also offer our sympathies to the families, as the 277th COVID death was a 98-year-old partially vaccinated man with underlying health conditions who died on the 22nd. Also on that same day, the 278th COVID-related death was a vaccinated 96-year-old woman who also had underlying health conditions. The 279th COVID-19 related fatality was an unvaccinated 84-year-old man with underlying health conditions. He passed away on the 23rd. And the 280th COVID-related fatality was an unvaccinated 86-year-old woman who also had underlying health conditions. She succumbed to the virus yesterday. As we were talking about, the Guam Memorial Hospital has suspended its monoclonal antibody infusion services until further notice due to a supply shortage of the Regencov medication. It's being experienced island-wide. GMH's infusion service warranted a referral basis only, and the hospital has alerted the medical community as such about the referrals. GMH plans to begin infusion services as soon as supply resumes. We, of course, told you yesterday that the monoclonal antibody clinic in Manilao at the Senior Citizen Center in that central village also temporarily closed due to a supply shortage. They are expecting a supply of the treatments, hopefully, sometime this week. JIC also reported 28 people with COVID hospitalized, 17 at GMH, 9 at GRMC, and 2 at Naval Hospital in Agana Heights. Of those, 20 are vaccinated against the virus and 8 are unvaccinated. Public Health reported also, as far as the number of positives, 662 new cases from Saturday, through Monday. Saturday through Monday, 662 cases. 151 of those cases were reported through the Department of Defense. Once again, the Commandant of the Joint Region Marianas, Rear Admiral Benjamin Nicholson, will be joining us at 8 o'clock, so make sure to tune in for that interview. We'll be asking the Admiral about the DOD cases. Also, we were telling you at GDOE, the largest agency in Gov Guam, 38 new cases were reported involving students last night, and 11 cases from staffers at the agency. Well, let's get into our news stories now, as it's been a little over 2 weeks of the island hitting triple-digit cases. And even with the new appointment-based system in place, the Tijan testing site continues to see long lines. Chris was talking about what Fernando Esteves, the former senator and now the incident commander, has been talking about the supply shortage and what the new policy is as far as the testing protocol. Here's Daniel Perez with more on this story.
We're going to be making right now the decision that starting on Wednesday, for now, we will be rationing testing and limiting to those with the highest risk. And those will be symptomatics and high risk close contacts. And those risks are based on COVID-19 risk for severe illness, hospitalization, and death, which are pretty consistent standards across the board.
COVID-19 Public Health Emergency Incident Commander Fernando Esteves announcing DPHSS's new testing plan. According to Esteves, though the lines are long at the Tizan test site, Public Health is exceeding the national average of testing per person in this ongoing surge, confirmed by Public Health Surveillance Branch Director Vince Campo.
The total tests since the start of this current surge that we're in, which we're calling around January 3rd, is actually 35,000 tests. So in the past 20 days or so, we've actually been testing quite heavily. And so 35,000 tests and 35,677 tests at a test positivity of about 20.3%, right? So the test positivity is high, and also our testing is also high.
From January 3rd to January 21st of this year, Public Health has been averaging 1,870 tests per day, twice as much as the previous surge. This high number of testing is suspected to be because of the highly infectious Omicron variant.
Looking at our current surge, you can see it seems that our numbers are starting to form towards the middle of the week. So you can see these small dips are usually our Sundays. You can see that it was usually towards the end or the beginning, but now we're seeing larger spikes in the middle, where again, this was our biggest day, closer to 2,800. And that's when now we're starting to see our test positivity rise as well.
Coming out of the Delta surge, Public Health had 66,000 test kits, but as of today, only approximately 33,000 remain. DPHSS has placed more orders for test kits, but with a nationwide shortage of said test kits, it's unclear when Public Health will receive more. Daniel Perez reporting for Guam's News Network.
Well, little is known about that very shocking and disturbing death investigation up in Jigo. And Hannah Devanzo tells you what we do know and what's being done to look into this very disturbing case.
Little is known about an ongoing death investigation. What do we know? Officers from the Dededo precinct arrived at a residence in Jigo on Challen Emsley Street around 7:26 a.m. on Sunday. The street is located in a quiet residential area, tucked away from the main road with many trees surrounding the home. Jigo Mayor Anthony Sanchez.
Pretty safe. We've had a few problems in there, but, with the help of GPD, it's got a little bit better.
Much of the morning, officers could be seen in and around the home. They allegedly found an unresponsive male, age unknown, within the residence. According to a press release from GPD acting spokesperson Officer Berlin Sevilla, which was issued Sunday afternoon, the male had injuries which could have resulted from foul play. Guam Fire Department spokesperson Kevin Riley said, because GPD is still conducting their investigation, GFD cannot comment on the patient's status. Sevilla added that detectives with GPD's criminal investigation section were activated and the investigation is ongoing. KUAM reached out to GPD and could not provide any comment as of news time. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Hannah Devanzo.
We want to tell you about the Vice Speaker of the Guam Legislature now, as Chris Barnett has this next report, as Tina Muñoz-Barnes' 6-month absence from the legislature is raising questions from concerned citizens and at least one of her legislative colleagues.
Vice Speaker Tina Muñoz-Barnes left Island in July of last year and hasn't been back to Guam since. The legislative record showing the Vice Speaker left Island July 16th of 2021, and since then she has sent notice after notice twice monthly to her colleagues, each one saying she will continue to be absent from session and voting. Sources saying Barnes initially left Island to support an immediate family member seeking medical care. Her office notifying media of an Arizona car accident the Vice Speaker was involved in back in September, but her colleagues haven't heard anything about Barnes' situation since then. And now Minority Senator Tello Taitagui is asking, where in the world is Vice Speaker Tina Muñoz-Barnes?
We've been left in the dark for quite some time on really what's going on.
Not just colleagues, but citizens concerned as well, as an email was sent to all senators from a John Cruz asking for clarification on, quote, how a sitting senator has lived in another state for an estimated 6 months while receiving a salary from Guam taxpayers. So we asked the Vice Speaker's office what is going on, getting the statement from Barnes' staffer Shirag Bajwani, the WhatsApp message reading, quote, like so many, I am working remotely every day and will continue to focus on the people of Guam no matter what. It's true that I left home for a family medical emergency. It's true that I'm recovering from a serious car accident, something I wish on no one. And it's true that I would much rather be home with all of you than anywhere else in the world. I'm doing everything I can to return home to Guam as soon as I can, where I have been and continue to be a lawful resident. At present, I'm working remotely on matters important to Guam, like the Good Neighbor Next Door program, which would secure added affordable housing for frontliners, and I am engaged with federal partners on issues such as transshipment and the COFA renegotiations.
She says she's doing things remotely, but we haven't seen her on any of the Zoom public hearings.
Senator Taitagui did say the statement from Barnes addressing her absence, which so far is the equivalent to 1/4 of her senatorial term, was long overdue.
Family always comes first. And Chris, I'm sure you're the same way. When you have someone who's sick, that's priority, number one. But then the people of Guam still need, you work for them. They still need to know what's going on. And like I said, I'm glad that some statement did come out from her office moving forward.
Although the Vice Speaker has not attended session or voted on any measure since July, her legislative absences have been excused, meaning she has officially notified her colleagues of her absences. For Guam's News Network, Chris Barnett reports.
We got a story from our friends over at the Guam Green Growth for you now, as food security has been an interesting topic of late, and our friend Dr. Austin Shelton, who heads up the project, talked to our Tyler Metanani about the latest initiatives at a recent steering committee meeting.
G3 develops tangible solutions to sustainability challenges and contributes to a green economy for the island region. Dr. Austin Shelton, the director of the University of Guam's Center for Island Sustainability, gave an update on their food security projects.
We have our extension associate, Mr. David Crisostomo, leading these efforts from our team here at UOG Sea Grant. We've announced in the past that we were setting up these community aquaponic systems, so we have a couple of them in place now. This is our system at Island Girl Power up in Dedido, and there are some fish inside getting stabilized, and Dave will be going back up there to Dedido shortly to add 200 fish to the tank and keep those growing. And we have the community volunteers to keep this up and running, and it's going to serve as an education tank so that others in the community and the village will be able to set up their own aquaponic systems for their backyards or for their small businesses.
2 more aquaponic systems just like this one will be installed at the Talofofo Community Center and in Manilao with nonprofit faith-based group Harvest Grace International. Meanwhile, Shelton also shared the very latest on their natural resources initiatives.
We had the last big tree planting event of the year was done in partnership with our Island Beautification Task Force, the Soil and Water Conservation Districts, USDA, the Department of Agriculture Forestry Division. So we did a grow event in Malolo, and planted 1,500 trees to cap off the year and the rainy season. And work continues to go on in the GROW initiative to prep new trees.
Furthermore, Dr. Shelton noted that one of G3's projects in food implementation, the G3 Community Garden in Hagåtña, remains active because of implementation partners Guohan Sustainable Culture and AmeriCorps Guohan Sustainable Culture. A ground-raising ceremony was held in August 2021.
If you're there in the afternoons on any weekday, you'll see the AmeriCorps members tending to the garden, and during the month, they also have additional events on weekends and evenings, such as the Nenny Garden activities, and they have great themes during holidays or events during that specific month.
Shelton added that just last week, in partnership with the Serve Guam Commission, VetCorps AmeriCorps, and the Talofofo Mayor's Office, another community garden was established within the southern village.
We were able to have a ground-raising ceremony for our second community garden at the Jeremy Newby Community Center in Talofofo. And so we had our partners come together during the MLK Day of Service. So we're really excited for the growth of this garden and all of the things to come out of here, the increased food security, the reduced dependence on imports. So this will continue to move forward in partnership with the Serve Guam Commission and our Guam Green Growth team.
Shelton adds that over 2,000 G3 reusable bags were distributed to island residents within 19 villages at 25 different stores to raise awareness of Public Law 35-130, which prohibits the use of single-use carry-out bags. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Jonagan Charfris.
All right, thank you, Joan. Let's head up north for regional headlines now as the CNMI continues to face mounting financial pressure amid the pandemic's economic blow. Our Tomas Mangloni reports that they estimate a $42.6 million deficit. Here's a report from Tomas by the numbers.
The NMI facing a $42.6 million deficit in fiscal year 2021. The region facing mounting pressure as the pandemic devastates the tourism industry. In his report to the legislature, Secretary of Finance David Atalig says tourism arrivals dropped by 97.5%. As the stability of the NMI's economy teeters on a fiscal cliff, the nearly $500 million in American Rescue Plan Act deployed as a parachute. Secretary Atalig says that the NMI saw a $3.3 million revenue surplus. That comes with $18.8 million in COVID pandemic disaster expenses under review for reimbursement by FEMA. The $64.7 million deficit estimate is brought down to the $42.6 million total with those figures at play. Atalig notes that the deficit is mostly attributable to recent disaster and COVID-19 operations, just over $9 million for medical referral, nearly $27 million for law enforcement, and over $33 million for disaster. Atalig says the law enforcement costs are tied to overtime in the pandemic response. Medical referral expenditures are a result of having to send patients to the U.S. due to travel restrictions in Asia. Atulik says that the injection of federal sources softened the pandemic's blow. However, efforts to pursue larger-scale resumptions in tourism and economic activity will be required to meet government obligations.
And we are going to stay with CNMI News as a history-making gubernatorial ticket in the NMI is officially in the books. Tomas, of course, spoke with the first all-female gubernatorial hopefuls. Here's that interview.
The Sablan Staffler administration will put education, healthcare, and infrastructure development front and center in our platform.
The history-making female ticket for governor and lieutenant governor in the NMI making their first joint appearance today at a press conference, throwing their pitch for the executive seat.
I feel with the right leadership, it always comes from the top. Your culture, your work culture, your school culture, it comes from the top.
The Sablan Staffler ticket wanting to set the tone for their campaign. However, the atmosphere they're running in is both historic and polarized. The lawmakers voted to impeach Governor Torres, who is seeking re-election, and his lieutenant governor, Arnold Palacios, also announced his run for governor. But they're hoping to turn a new page and set a new standard.
What has set some of us apart, and what I'm committed to doing, is reporting our contributions, the donations that we receive before election time. Because right now, and this is something that actually we talked about changing in the law, is right now candidates only have to report after election, and we think it's really important for the sake of transparency for everybody to know, who all your major donors are, right? And I challenge the other teams to do the same.
And once again, your link update headlines are brought to you each and every day from not just our friends, but our partners at Pacific Points, where you can do more, get more. And we thank, of course, all the hardworking men and women at Pacific Points, all the guys at Foodies, Shell, all of our friends over there doing such a good job, and for bringing you the link update. Thanks a lot, guys. Be safe. All right, now let's get to Uncle King Conception, who has your day's headlines in Chamorro.
Buenos updates to get something to Chamorro ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. The American Red Cross mafafanay mas added na finatanhaga di mas 10 anos na tempo. Lometres mapadedesiazo entre Estados Unidos, especialmente na Hospital Público Guini Gizaguahan, sama na segurar au itautauta na Titay Guini gi Islata. Segundo spokesperson para Hospital Guam Memorial, si Mai Habib, i hospital sa timafafanay na finata no idinamandanhaga sa inipo si suplikan haga. Hasangan si Habib na kumumagay na matuad na tempo in sigira sempre hospital. Makudsigi plano niya ni parafon na faise ni mamananayi haga Guini gi Islata. Masa asunto, ima-release ng informasyon para ifinin na quartet physical na sakan 2022 sa anong nasalapi ni maresisibi ng gobernamentong Guahan sa tatkilodya kinoy mananangga. Adzi mananangga ng kantidang salapi ng gobernamento kada mes ng mafananang Consolidated Revenue and Expenditure Report. Anong na December na mes 2021 na sakan 35 milyon pesos mas sumahalom kunoy mananangga. A representa adzo 16 milyon pesos na inatisa ginin November na mes no kasi 19 milyon pesos. Ima na alisa na report gin ni Budget Bureau sa anong na income tax siya gin ni persona dyan kompanya siya dyan withholding sa 15.6 milyon pesos mas kunoy may estima para i-permit 3 meses na tempo. Pagi business privilege na tax siya 70.7 milyon pesos mas kunoy mananangga gi adzo na Duranti. Ito muna sunto gifinut sa Moro para pago na matis gin ni KUAM News. Pero continua mamento ni Departamento ng Salud Publiko at si finakpo eskwela na klinik binakuna. Pago na sa mana gi 4 na eskwela ng Departamento ng Edukasyon pero manay lugar manay na ni estudyante siya. I-COVID vaccine outreach sa schedule para pago na dia. Distila stress gitaloanis tala 6 kapapuengi gi Weringale Elementary School. Gi Metcoles ni parewa na ora pero managwahe gitalo Fofo Elementary na eskwela. Sa gi Webes, dosan primababa distila stress gitaloanis tala 6 kapapuengi gi Siaw Taitanu Elementary at ni Maleso Elementary na eskwela siya. Guhato do klasen amod binakuna sa guntono Z booster na dulog. Para Guam News Network, Guam Sikin Conception. Yasuto gifinut sa Moro sa presenta sa ninafato ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Join Nestor Licanto for virtual in-depth discussions with the movers and shakers in our community every Wednesday on In Full Zoom. Presented by IT&D and Calvo Enterprises, Inc.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutter, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Licanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
good morning. Good morning, Facebook Live. Welcome back to The Link. Brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITD, and Jack in the Box. Yeah, big changes. A big pivot in this rapidly evolving it is what it isness. Public health prioritizing testing for symptomatic patients and high-risk close contacts effective tomorrow. And we'll just go ahead and play this clip here from the man over there at Public Health, the incident commander, former Senator Fernando Estevez. And then here he's talking about Public Health's decision to prioritize symptomatic patients and speaking more to asymptomatics trying to get tested.
With those that are high risk, yes, they will be asking the question as they come to the line. But the other thing too is, and I think this question comes up a lot, right? How do we determine if somebody is symptomatic or not? The truth is we don't, right? You don't. It's symptoms are largely reported subjectively, so, we hope that people are going to be honest when they come to get tested, whether they have an appointment or try to walk in. And if they're dishonest about whether or not they're symptomatic, shame on them. I'll just say it, shame on them, because they'll be taken away from somebody who may actually need that test in order to be identified and may need to get treatment that we may have. So, this is a community partnership, right? Public health obviously cannot do it by itself to try to keep everything going and keep the island open. So, of course, we rely heavily on the population and the people to work with us. And we hope that the honor system is still held true today.
There you go. Don't hold your breath on that honor system thing. But anyway, so this starts tomorrow. Guys, they're prioritizing symptomatic patients and high-risk close contacts. And just again, we'll go over the symptoms for COVID-19. I don't know if they're going to be prioritizing the symptoms that you have, but basically the symptoms for COVID-19, fever or chills, cough, shortness of breath or difficulty breathing, fatigue, muscle or body aches, headache, new loss of taste or smell, sore throat, congestion or runny nose, nausea or vomiting, diarrhea. All right, these are the symptoms. So when they say they're prioritizing testing for symptomatic patients, those are the symptoms. Emergency warning signs, again, don't wait until it's too late. This is for the COVID, obviously. If someone is showing any of these signs, do not go get tested. Don't just go straight to the hospital, the clinic. Trouble breathing, persistent pain or pressure in the chest, new confusion, inability to wake or stay awake, pale gray or blue-colored skin, lips, or nail beds, depending on the skin tone. Okay, so this is a big change there, as you guys heard. Public health is going to be asking, are you symptomatic, right? And they're hoping that you're going to tell the truth. There's a big gray area, though, here that I think people are concerned about. It's that nobody is going to get tested for funsies, okay? Nobody's doing that. People are going to get tested because they're either in close contact with, that's what I like to say, Mayor, funsies. They're going to get tested because they're in close contact with somebody. We had a dad who called up yesterday, didn't have any symptoms, but his son tested positive, and he wanted to go get tested to know his status, which is totally reasonable. That's what the whole thing's for. But obviously, in as much as the governor said that we were prepared for this, we're not. You know what I mean? We're not doing the monoclonal antibody treatments, which, again, the REGEN-COV doesn't work so well against the Omicron, works good for the Delta. We reported 4 fatalities last night. These were all people who were tested in the month of January and then died. Okay, so we were told it's mild. I guess it depends on your definition of mild, right? So just do your part, be safe, and let us know what's going on there at the testing site if they are turning away asymptomatics starting today. We just got this yesterday, guys. It's routine for public health to drop out these huge changes like they did with the appointment only thing, kind of like the day before, right? So it is what it is. We need an is what it is tracker up here, right? Mayor Jesse Alec, the president of the Mayor's Council of Guam. Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
Just trying to make sense of this is a big change, though, right? To prioritize testing asymptomatic patients because of a test kit shortage. Have you guys heard at the Mayor's Council anything about this test kit shortage? Do you guys have test kits? Do you do your own testing? Or you?
No, we don't have test kits, and well, I think we all knew about the test kit shortage at the same time. So we were given an opportunity to have test kits in the office, to provide it to each office. But I think the majority of the council decided against it. And there were various reasons. Some were, just simply because of liability. But, honestly, if you've taken a test, have you taken a test from the home kit?
I have not.
Okay, yeah, it's real simple. It's not, I guess there could be some liability if you're sticking a swab up someone's nose and you do something bad, right? But I mean, if they swab themselves, then I think that would have been okay, right? But so the council was, given an opportunity to have test kits at the offices, and because majority did not agree, we also agreed that no office would have it, just because, you know how that goes. Well, you have it, but I don't, and then everyone starts to go line up, and then the whole issue getting out of hand, making sure that everyone's safe. I mean, if they came to PD and we have a service window and everyone lined up at in front of the service window, and so there's issues again, and then having to monitor all of that and crowd control, so on and so forth. So that just kind of was just added duties that I don't think the majority of the council agreed to. And I say majority because there were certainly some mayors that were willing to host the test kits at their offices so that they can provide it. And so we try and do things by the majority simply because, it's kind of better, all for one.
Yeah, it's a thing. Right? It's a thing. The majority, yeah, heard of it. Mayor, what I was, where we got a bunch of comments here is if they're prioritizing the asymptomatic patients because of a test kit shortage, what does that do for your governor's mandate, which requires those who are the unvaccinated that they submit themselves to a weekly COVID-19 test? We also are hearing from some teachers that, if kids test positive, they need that negative test to return back to school.
I can't say what, so there's a point of frustration sometimes, right? Because even yesterday I was having a conversation with several mayors, and they were talking about the response from those residents that were getting tested or the lack of response, right? And we've heard it. You've heard it as well. But that's not what they're saying. That's not what the officials are saying. The officials are saying, well, residents are getting called back and there isn't a problem. It's so ironic because how all this last week we had a status meeting regarding our senior centers, and of course one of my biggest issues is the Mangilao Center, because we cannot exclude the Mangilao participants in our plan. And it's important because we use the Mangilao Center for the monoclonal antibody therapy. And so my question was, so what do we do with those Manamco at that center, or how long will we continue to have the therapy center or therapy at the Mangilao Center? And of course, the response was that it should be, it should end shortly. End shortly because there were other alternatives coming to the island, and end shortly because there may not even be a need anymore, perhaps. But long and behold, it's not about that. There's a shortage, and so there's just different things. So you can't really answer. When you wake up every morning and you're alive and you're breathing, you thank the good Lord, and you move along.
It's all downhill from here. That's what I think when I wake up. Oh, I'm alive. Oh, get ready. Here comes another day under COVID. Yeah, what can you do but laugh, Mayor? What can you do?
No, exactly. Well, you know what? That's what I say too. It's like, man, why fight anybody? I mean, you do what's best for you, and within your realm, within your resources, within your means, and so be it. You'll be okay. On a brighter side, I want to say, because it's always this COVID stuff is always not too happy.
So what do you got on the bright side, Mayor? I'm ready. I'm waiting for it.
Well, Chris. So one of the things, and we talked about it, our gift of family, and you guys, KOAM, I have to say, I don't think we've thanked you enough, because KOAM has been one of our biggest supporters in the gift of family. And our goal was 19 families. We have 18 now. And so we did give a status to our mayors last week about the 18, and we're so happy about it. And whether they came from a mayor's office or not, we feel that the campaign and through your help and social media, we were able to get the awareness out there and get people interested in asking how they can help. And so we're so happy that we have 18, as of last week, and we'll continue to push forward simply because there's still a large number of children that need a home and who need some love and care. And we're very, very happy about the results so far. Certainly, we could have increased our goal, but we tried to keep things achievable.
Hey, that's awesome.
So even at the 19, it's kind of it was still difficult. But like I said, through your help, all the things that you did from the November marketing campaign up until now, I mean, it's been very helpful, and we're grateful. So that's the bright side.
That is great news. That's awesome.
Yeah,
okay.
I think it is. What next?
Yes.
Right?
Back to the dark stuff. The
dark stuff. So the dark stuff, the recycling revolving fund, that's dark. And I'm saying it's dark because the types of vehicles that we can pick up. And so if you have a junk vehicle in the yard, or someone that needs something to get picked up, call your mayor's office and get on a list. They don't have POs yet. We just, because of the change and the way we have to do things, we can't just pick up anybody's vehicle anymore. And you heard there was a little scuffle between the agencies about how we were going to execute this MOU. I mean, after many years, and so my issue really is that they give us so much responsibility, and all the people that have the power to change policy to make it work just kind of like look at us. And when it fails, they say, "Oh, you bad boy." And it's like, what? Yeah, you guys are the ones, And so what is it? Okay, so like the AG's office, they knew we brought it up as a subject to kind of clear up so that the mayors are protected in the work that we do. And what are we doing? We're just clearing vehicles. We're clearing junk vehicles, abandoned vehicles on the sides of the roads. And yes, I've heard on the show many times how there are our villages out there who are not getting picked up. Well, in the mayor's defense, I have to say, there are some, like the larger villages, Dededo, Jico, Tamuning, Manila, Brigada. Those larger villages, there's a threshold in the PO, and we're trying to work that out. This year, they're granted $50,000 so per vendor, which is a significant amount, more than half from last year. So we're hoping that works out for them this year. The problem is, the kink this year is, so if it's on government easement, and if you're calling to tell me, "Hey, Mayor, there's a junk vehicle on this road," and there's no owner to be found, we can't move that vehicle. And
Why?
In the past, we've sent a notice. We put a notice on the vehicle to say, "Hey, you got 24 hours to remove this vehicle, otherwise, it'll be disposed." Well, we can't do that now. I mean, we need to find the owner. We need to get that owner's signature on our waiver so that we can dispose it. And what I'm saying about policy is that if it is in fact policy that we have to wait for a owner to sign that waiver, even on government easement. I mean, Route 1, let's take Route 1, for example, Polaris Point. That's popular. And it's popular because there's a lot of transient traffic there. Transient meaning, those people that are just here temporarily and have to leave. So they dump their car, they pretend it's for sale on the side of the road, and then they leave, they split. The former mayor, may he rest in peace, he was ingenious. Mayor Ben, he for some, I don't know how he did it, but he was so frustrated at the amount of vehicles on the side of the road. And because we couldn't legally take them and dispose them, he found some way to get it registered under the government of Guam, and he made them, got it working and made them his official vehicles. Could we do that? Yeah, but that's kind of what we want to do. And so
what is it going to take, Mayor, to do that? And you're basically saying that are you saying that the MOU or whatever that came down is really preventing you guys, handcuffing you guys from being able to remove all the abandoned vehicles in the way that you want to?
Yeah, it is. It is. It's, they got the 1.5 million, and then I keep on saying it because the people need to know how much money we received. And we received 1.5 million. Is that enough to clean up? It's a good amount for sure. And it will make a dent in the trash, especially in the abandoned vehicles. But now we're kind of sad. We are saddled with the, issue on how we're going to remove vehicles from the side of the road, from Marine Corps Drive, from routed roads, from government easement. And one of the things that I'm not sure in your neighborhood or in neighborhoods you've seen, but many like to use the side of the road for their parking as their garage. And, that's a big deal because we don't live in the 80s anymore. Growing up, we all rode with mom and dad, right? I mean, there was no way, I don't know. Heck, we went everywhere with mom and dad. If they went to the store, we went to the store. If they went to a mate, we went to the mate. Nowadays, no, to each his own. Everybody has their own car. And so there's not sufficient parking in the property. And so everybody parks on the side of the road, which is government easement. And for a long time, that was never a problem. But we're coming into, we're walking into a problem where the village streets are filled with vehicles.
Yeah.
And so can they do that is our question. And no, you can't leave, you can't park your car. You can't just leave it there.
So Mayor, so what is it going to take for you guys to be able to pick up those abandoned vehicles that are on government easements? Because especially, Jotnia South, a lot of people they do that. They park it on Turtle Cove, and you drive by it and you see, the first day it only got 3 tires left, and the next day it only got 2, and then the day after that someone took out the door, and then the day after that someone opened the hood and took out anything. You know what I mean? And so these are all vehicles that are on. You're right; they're right on the side of the road. So what is it going to take? Does the AG need to go back to the MOU, or what is it going to take for you guys to be able to remove these vehicles? Which I feel like it's significant.
Yeah, it is significant. There was an orientation with EPA last week about how of course they don't have any say in it because it's really it's really not within their realm. But yes, we are trying to go back and take a look and see how we can get rid of those vehicles. Working with DRT and DPW is certainly going to be probably a quicker resolution. And we want to work together as a council. We want to work with the other agencies. We've been reaching out to them. I mean, one of the other agencies, other law enforcement agencies, reach out to us to say, hey, Mayor, you got a vehicle on this, such and such road. Can you get rid of it? And it's like, well, you probably have more power than I do to tell me to get rid of that, to dispose it. And so then the other issue is, we don't have an impound lot, and that impound lot is going to be key in completing the work as well. So the impound lot, you may know, is being discussed in the Island-wide Beautification Task Force meeting at the Lieutenant Governor. And so I know that the lieutenant governor has tasked to someone to take a look at the impound, look for an impound lot, and I believe it's Tyrone Taitano who is looking for this.
The director of
this lot.
BSP. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
And so, Mayor, so what are you saying that, I mean, just theoretically, that we would take the vehicles that are on the side of the road and put them in this impound lot, and then after, X amount of days passes, then you would be able to dump it? But we did have a question here. Where's all the money from the abandoned vehicle fees we pay every year we register our vehicle? That's what you guys are using? Yeah. There you go, Jude. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's what
it goes to the recycling revolving fund. So that recycling revolving fund is split, right? So the DPA board decides how that money is going to be spent, and it's not. It's not. It doesn't all come to the mayor's office or to the mayor's.
Mayor, so there's a big press release out of Adelup, Lottie Dottie, we like to party. We gave the mayors their ARP. Was something like you're supposed to get 8 million of 17 million. But I know Adelup, when they put out these releases, it's a lot of times they're putting the cart before the carabao, so to speak, right? Like they put out a release back in August about awarding of the ESF grants. But then we found out that people hadn't gotten their money. I guess we'll just start there. Have you guys gotten any of the ESF money for like the after school programs or?
No, we're ready to go. We actually have, most of us have our plans in place to execute. And so, no, we have not yet received any money from ESF. We were supposed to turn in a report last week by the 20th. And, my staff called to verify, and according to the, we did not have to submit, but then I guess we do have to submit a report, even if it was zero. It's zero because we don't have the money.
Kind of makes sense.
Yeah. So no, there's nothing on the ESF. On the
Damn, but they put out that press release 4 months ago, Mayor. What's that about?
Oh, gosh, I was trying to think. I was trying to think of something.
No. Save it there. What about the 8 mil? Did you guys get the 8 mil? Is that in your bank account yet?
Some days I wish I was as quick as you.
Day.
The 8 million, it's there. So I know,
do you have the 8 million?
Yeah, some of the money is there. Some of the money is already loaded. We're just waiting to get it to the districts now. So they'll again, the uses of that money is, we want to make sure that we're spending it wisely, so that we're making sure that the mayor's offices have plans to spend the money. And I think for the most part, most already have plans. One of the big things that we have to consider is that some of that money is actually to cover some of our shortfall from last year. So what we could not pay for last year, we're going to be paying for with this money. And so we're working on that. Government procurement, it's, faster than the speed of lightning.
It depends on what you're trying to get, though, because we've seen in this pandemic, like if you're trying to hook up your PARI, the PARI procurement's very, very fast. But if you're doing a regular above board GDOE style by the book procurement, good luck. Don't hold your breath. But for golf carts or anything that's not really necessary, or to hook up the PARI or the Mudley, it's like boom, PARI procurement procedure, the PPP.
And on a serious, you're right. But on a serious side, one of the things that we're running into, that we've run into many years already, is that our small projects are not big enough for some contractors. So that's a big deal for us, because we don't have the millions of dollars that other people have. When I say that, when you think about PD, who wants to do a $25,000 job? I mean, you have to be a licensed contractor, and what licensed contractor is going to want to do that? And I'm saying that because I have a proposal out for a project, and it's kind of like, hey, I just thought about something. It's kind of like fishing in Tupungan Bay like 10 years ago. You cast your reel and nothing comes, and nothing bites. But if you cast your reel out there now, something's going to bite. Right. But you better make sure you're catching the right fish.
So you're saying a lot of these like smaller projects where it's not necessarily like build something from the ground up, but can you, renovate some stalls in our bathrooms. You're having a hard time getting people to.
Yeah, that's going to be the difficulty that we're going to see, and I'm, so it's certainly something in the, in the back of all of this stuff that we're working on, because there's going to be issues where all the 19 villages have those types of projects, and you're right, it's the bathrooms, it's the facilities, the parks that we have out there.
How about the paint over this graffiti that some idiot spray painted type projects? Those two.
Well, the paint, the graffiti. Our staff can do that, right? Unless it's a larger project, but the painting, that's easy. But when you have to do like major bathroom renovation, facilities renovation, roof work, electrical work, that that's the problem.
Yeah, maybe we should do more to encourage smaller type operations, smaller contractor companies to kind of get on these jobs, right?
Yeah, and the thing is, I know you've had it, you've brought them on the show before, earlier, maybe a year ago, but you've seen in Mommy, the Guma project, those guys, they were trying to reach out to residents, those small home businesses, to register and to become, actual businesses, and that could actually help. If we, and then their project, quite honestly, Chris, their project of like an Angie's List type of thing, that would work too, right? For us, for our purposes, because if we could, separate our projects and we can look for a list of new business owners, then certainly that would help us out too. So I might check them out.
Right on. Mayor, thank you for your time. We got to go because we got the Admiral coming on.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay,
your neighbor. Okay.
Yeah, my neighbor. Adios.
That's that. There you go, Mayor Jesse Alec. He's the president of the Mayor's Council of Guam. Not only is the president, he's also a mayor. Yes, the mayor of PD. 7:58 on the Breeze side. We are KUAM FM Agotnia, Guam. You want to jump over to KUAM TV? Let's go. Fix yourself, guys. The link continues next. Good morning. Guam. Right on. Good morning, Guam and beyond. Facebook Live. Good morning, KUAM TV. Good morning on you. Thank you for joining us for another episode of The Link. This Tuesday, January 25th episode of The Link is brought to you by Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, ITD, and Jack in the Box. Coming up, we'll look at our 8 o'clock news. A little bit later, as we've got Rear Admiral Benjamin Nicholson, who is signing into the KUAM News Link Zoom room. In just a few moments. We're also joined here from the KUAM news team. We have Nestor Lecanto, who covers military, regional. He covers just about everything for the KUAM news team. We also got Tomas Maglotnia, our regional correspondent with all things CNMI. Joe Sir on the ones and twos. We have Jason Solis from the KUAM news team. And my name is Chris. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's go ahead and get right into it with Rear Admiral Benjamin Nicholson in the KUAM News Link Zoom room. Good morning, Rear Admiral.
Good morning, Chris and Jason. Hafa. Thanks for the opportunity to do this again on the link. I think the last time we spoke was in late October. But before we get into our discussion, I'd like to just take a second to send my deepest sympathies to Sabrina and her family during this difficult time. We pray that they may find peace and look forward to having Sabrina back in the studio soon.
Thank you so much for that, Admiral. Yeah, she's slated to return this week, and I'll be sure to pass along your message to her. But really appreciate that. And thank you again for joining us.
Thank you.
You're right. We haven't spoke since October, and I want to say a few things have happened since then.
Sure.
So we're definitely glad you can join us. And I want to turn it over to Nestor. I know he's got some kind of like nationally tinged questions for you. And then we've also got Tomas Maglotnia here, who is our regional CNMI correspondent. I know he wants to ask you about some issues going on in the NMI, and then I've got some local questions. We'll go ahead and start with Nestor Lecanto. Sir, Nestor, are you there?
Yeah, hi, Chris. Good morning, Admiral. Nice to talk to you.
Good morning. Nice to see you.
I wanted to start off with some breaking news. We heard out of the Pentagon just a couple of hours ago, I believe, that they're placing 8,500 troops on high readiness in case the NATO wants to call them up in response to what's happening in Ukraine with the Russians. I'm wondering if you could just give us a quick comment on that.
Well, unfortunately, that's outside the area that I really focus on, so I don't have any details on that specifically. I will say it's not uncommon for when there are different crises and world events to happen for the Pentagon to alert particular troops and to bring them up to a higher state of readiness. So, but I'm sorry, I don't have any specifics on that right now.
Sure, I understand. You are the highest leader on Guam for the Indo-Pacific Command, though. So I wanted to ask you about your reaction to North Korean missile launches recently. Is this just saber rattling by Pyongyang? Should we take this seriously?
Well, I think it's important for us to take any potential threats seriously. That being said, the missiles that were launched, especially the ones here in January, and there were 4 launches, none of them posed a threat to Guam, CNMI, or the region. And we look at that very closely. As you know, we have some defensive systems, but those were not necessary for those particular missile launches. Whether it is saber rattling on the part of the North Korean or something else, I couldn't say. My focus is to make sure that we're prepared in the event of any sort of threats to the region.
And speaking of preparation, I think you wanted to talk a little bit about the missile defense systems for Guam. I know the Pentagon is spending a great amount of money to build those up. Can you tell us a little bit more about those?
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm glad that you asked about that. So for a number of years, the Indo-Pacific Command has been telling everyone and really stumping the point that we need a good missile defense system here in Guam, and that's absolutely true. But what's really happened recently, and I think this is very exciting, is in December when the National Defense Authorization Act was signed, there was $272 million of developmental money that is put towards the defense of Guam system. This is really the first large amount of money that has been put towards doing this in quite some time. There's been some smaller amounts in the past. So even though something's aspirational, even though something's needed or wanted, it really isn't until you start to see the funding come that you can really make progress. And so what we've seen is the Missile Defense Agency, who's been given the lead task here, they've come out late last year to do some initial surveys. In fact, we have a team that's out here now surveying some sites. What I want to make clear, though, is we have a missile defense system here now, and it's somewhat limited that we have. What we're looking towards this Missile Defense Agency system is a more comprehensive integrated air and missile defense system that would cover the entire island 360 degrees. Now, the actual system that would be installed hasn't been decided upon yet. There's a couple of different technologies that are being looked at, and it may be one or the other or a combination of the two. But the thing that I want to be very careful when we talk about this is to make sure everyone understands that unlike the current system that we have that is located in one place, because the new system will defend the entire island and reach out to other parts of the region as well, too, it's going to actually have parts and pieces in multiple locations. And so what we're really focused on with the Missile Defense Agency as they're here is looking at the existing Department of Defense lands and seeing, can we make all of the parts and pieces needed to make the system work fit on the lands that DoD currently has in possession. What it's going to mean is, as we look at the lands, that sometimes some of the lands that maybe a year or two ago we thought were not needed or were in excess but had not yet been returned, we might actually need to use some of those lands for this missile defense system. Now, I'm just saying that right now because we haven't done all of the studies. There's a lot of work to be done to figure all this out and figure out the parts and pieces. But later on this year, if the Missile Defense Agency has not yet figured out exactly where the system's going to be and where it's going to go, when we publish our listing of the DoD defense lands in Guam, some of the lands that maybe last year were listed as excess probably won't be listed as excess anymore just to give us the time for the Missile Defense Agency to do what they need to do to figure out, would we need this particular plot of land or not for the defense system?
Okay, speaking of the land, I think Chris is going to ask you some questions about that a little bit later, so I'll save that for him. Well, I wanted to also ask you about China. I know that late last year, Indo-Pac Command, and I think you were part of that, made a briefing for the senators and the governor about the Chinese threat and what would happen if Guam, if they were to attack Taiwan. Guam remains a very prime target. Can you discuss that further?
Well, certainly. So first of all, I think it's very important that we're able to share information with our elected leaders here. And so often we're able to brief Congressman San Nicolas, and often we're able to brief the governor on particular things. But this was the first time in quite some time we were able to bring this down to a more local level. And I thought it was a really great engagement to get that information out at the mayoral level, so folks understood some of what was going on. So I applaud that effort, and we're going to look to try to do that on somewhat of a frequent basis to try to get everybody involved in that. But to your larger point, anytime anything happens here in the Pacific region, generally when it comes to the Department of Defense, Guam plays some sort of a role. And whether it is this as a transitory point or a logistics hub or anything that goes on at all, Guam is going to play a role. So it doesn't matter if it's China or some other actor in the region that does something, Guam will have some sort of role in it militarily. And so if there were to be some sort of action by China, then we would have some part to play in that, whatever that might be. And we do that not just for military operations or what we would consider strictly military operations, but we see that when it comes to anything we do, when it's support for disaster relief or anything else. Guam is such a strategic location just because of where it's located and our facilities here that we can do many things from Guam.
Yeah, speaking of Guam as a role, we are opening the first Marine base in 70 years. I think that says a lot about Guam's strategic role. Also, you know, China continues to try to push its borders further east and toward our direction. Talk about that growing role of Guam strategically, as you mentioned, with respect to what China has been trying to do for a number of years now, trying to keep pushing those borders further east.
Sure, I appreciate that. So actually, it's quite interesting when you look at the history here. Our military presence on Guam, actually during the height of the Cold War, was significantly more than we have here. And then at the end of the Cold War, we saw that draw down, and we had quite a small number of military here on Guam. As China has ramped up and become really the pacing threat in the region, we've seen the need to increase the military presence on here. It's always prudent if you have someone that maybe doesn't have quite the same ideals and values as you do, and you see them become aggressive or expansionist in a particular area, that you respond accordingly and you build up your forces in the area. And so that's what's been going on. And as we've built up here, not just the Marines, but we've seen an increase in our submarine presence here in Guam and some other units. But the Marines are going to be really the largest footprint that we've seen in quite some time come here to bolster the numbers. But even that being said, those numbers will still be significantly less than what was here at the height of the Cold War. It does give us more options to have the Marines here, the ability to push them out quickly to other areas. And then, quite frankly, Guam is a part of our homeland. And so we take it especially to heart that, you know, this is an area that we defend, Guam, CNMI, and we have some agreements with some of the other compact nations as well. But it's very important that we defend this region.
Okay, I've got my colleague Tomas standing by a little bit later to talk about CNMI, but I have a couple of more questions about the Marine base. Where are we as far as Marine Corps Base Camp Laws? How far along are we? Are we going to see our first troops in 23 or 24?
Well, it really depends on the progress. We would like to see some folks coming in, and the numbers have been incrementally growing right now. We're still heavily into the construction phase. And so it's going to be quite some time, a few years, until we actually start seeing the Marines wholesale come here. What we are seeing, though, however, is, and this year is seeing a growth as well, the numbers of civilian positions at the Marine Corps base. Those jobs are on USA Jobs and posted for people to apply to. So what we have to do, just like anywhere else, if you were building a neighborhood, before the residents of the neighborhood move in, you have to build the neighborhood, then you have to establish the services in the neighborhood and all that kind of stuff. And that's kind of where we are right now. So as we build the neighborhood, or the base in this case, and then we start to establish the services that will support that base, we're hiring more and more people to be able to do that, so we can get to the point where in a few years we're going to see the Marines wholesale moving here in larger numbers to occupy that base and then operate from here.
I did want to go back to the role of the Marines, and I remember a NDAA hearing before Congress, and the Marine commandant at the time. One of the questions that was asked about him, one of the concerns that was raised, was the fact that even though Guam is one of the furthest west points of the U.S., there was concern that if a shooting war broke out, that there was a lack of airlift here to take the Marines to where they needed to go. Is that still the case, or is that still a concern?
Well, so the airlift that would move those Marines, and it's not just airlift, it would also be potentially surface vessels to different areas. That doesn't necessarily have to be permanently here in Guam. That stuff will come from other bases very rapidly and then be able to move the forces from Guam to wherever we need to press them out to. But it doesn't necessarily have to be here specifically to do that.
And hence, that's some of them will have that rotational nature.
So the Marines themselves, there will be a portion of the Marines that are here, and they're a permanent party. And then there'll be another portion, a very large portion of Marines that are what we call unit deployables. So they're actually based permanently somewhere else, and they will come here for 6-month rotations as they would deploying somewhere else. But they will come here, they will train in the area, and they'll be at a high level of readiness to be able to be quickly pushed wherever it happens to be that there may be a crisis that they need to respond to. And again, that's not just necessarily a military action. It could be some sort of humanitarian assistance or disaster relief or anything like that. We get a great capability about having those forces here.
Yeah, going back to what you said earlier about preparing for the arrival of the Marines, I think one of the things that the military is always focused on is the quality of life of troops when they are at an installation. So what has the JRMC done in terms of preparing for that?
That's a great question. So we're doing a number of different things along lines. So number one, when I talked about that some of the Marines would be here as permanent party, we're in the process of building some new family housing. So that's going to be a big one there. There will eventually be a new exchange on Guam for shopping. There will be some morale, welfare, and recreation facilities. We're looking at expanding some of the commissaries. So there's a whole host of things that we'll be able to do. I do think one of the good things that once we start down the path and we really see what this looks like, there's a great opportunity here, just as we do for units that come in visiting ships and whatnot, where there are tours to different parts of the island. There will be the ability to do that because every 6 months there'll be a fresh new set of Marines that are here. And in addition to the training and the things that they're going to do, they're going to want to go into town and enjoy Tumon. They're going to want to go see some of the landmarks and the sites here in Guam as well too. So I think there's although on a smaller basis, there's a little bit of tourism industry that'll take place just from the folks coming here. So I see that as a pretty good thing as well.
Yeah, I think the local business community is seeing that as a big boost to the economy, and can't wait for them to get here. I've got one more question before I hand you over to Tomas. Did you have any teams playing in the NFL playoffs this weekend, and did they win?
No, actually, I wasn't following too much. I'll be quite honest with you. As a young child, my team was the Houston Oilers, and when they left Houston, it kind of broke my heart. So I don't really follow football maybe as much as I maybe would have in the past. So really just watching to see that there's some good games, but not pulling for any one team over another.
Yeah, there were some fantastic games this weekend. Thank you, Admiral. Pleasure, as always, to talk with you. Let me pass you on to Tomas. Tomas?
Thank you.
All right, Nestor, thanks so much. Hi, Admiral. Just wanted to ask you about some recent updates and activities over in the CNMI. I know you were just over on Tinian for the reopening of Chigat Beach. Can you tell us what are some of the latest activities that are happening on Tinian with regards to Joint Region Marianas?
Sure, I appreciate that. And the Chicken Beach reopening was fantastic and really a great project that we were able to do there in remediating that place that had used to be at one time a battleground and then a mortar range. But then able to open that back up was really fantastic. And we're hoping to do some more things. But for Tinian specifically, there's a number of things going on. We're working on a number of different projects. One is we have some harbor improvement projects where we are improving the port and the ability to take ships into the port. So there's a number of things that are ongoing there. We're also looking at the ability to improve the airport there. Improve some of the taxiways and aprons there, and even some of the fuel storage. So there's a number of things that are happening there. And then we're always looking at in the northern portion of the island, in the military lease area there, how we would use that as a austere training environment. So not looking at really developing that area as much as just using that area without disturbing it as much as possible. But the other big news that we're really looking at hard when we had our last stakeholders meeting with the CNMI was we are really working hard towards getting a landfill site in Tinian that would be used by the local community and by military that would be operating there. So that's really exciting. There's a number of steps that have to happen for all of these different things, but we've got quite a bit that's going on there. So we're just excited to continue to work with the folks in Tinian and the government and CNMI to move these projects along.
And some of the information received from the CNMI Bureau of Military Affairs, they said they had about 55 meetings with DOD. Of course, not all of them probably with you, but that's the first we're hearing of the landfill. Do you mind providing more details where exactly that's happening and what conversations you've had with Mayor Aldan or the CNMI Governor Torres or the CNMI Bureau of Military Affairs?
Sure. So we had a stakeholders meeting late last year, and it brings together all the different folks. And this is actually something that has been going on over a number of years where the people in Tinian were looking for a place to do a landfill there. At the same time, the military, when we operate in Tinian, we have to haul all of the trash off of the island. So there was some work that had been done a number of years ago to try to find a place, and there was some back and forth, and it didn't really work out. And so there was a new proposal that had come up from the mayor there and the team in Tinian. But we looked at that together, and we're really looking now hard at an area that's on the military lease, so it really doesn't take away from any other existing areas that we could potentially put this landfill. There's a lot of work still to be done. We have our environmental team looking at this. We're working hard with the people in Tinian and CNMI to figure out where this goes. But I'm very confident that we're going to be able to come to an agreement on where we can put this and how it would be operated and all of the parts and pieces. So we're really at the initial stages here, but I'm just really happy because I think that at this point we've gotten everybody to agree that this is really the right way to go and the right path that we're pursuing. So I'm very excited about where this is going. And I'm sorry I don't have a much firmer outlook on this for you right now. We've still got some work to do, but I think in the coming months we'll start to solidify this, and hopefully we can move forward very quickly.
And Admiral, just before passing it on to Chris, I wanted to ask you about the Mariana Islands Training and Testing program. We know that in August 2020, the Department of Navy announced its decision to implement Alternative 2. That's to continue training and testing within the Mariana Islands Training and Testing area. What has happened since then, since August 2020, when this announcement was made?
Sure. So basically what it is, and you've seen some of this already, I think, is we've seen in the last couple of years here a pretty significant increase in the amount of training that goes on in the region. And that's for a number of different reasons. I think in the big scheme, as we the military focus more and more on the Pacific, more and more on the region, we're going to see some more exercises here because it's really good when we do training that's in the environment, in the area where we might have to do some operations. So in that area and what we call the Mariana Islands Range Complex, which encompasses part of that as well too. we're seeing a number of different training events. So most of those happen in the air. In fact, we have a big exercise that's just kicking off right now. A lot of them happen at sea, which you'll not see directly because the ships will be away from the land and you won't see the exercise go on. Some of the things happen under the sea with our submarines. And then we do have some land events as well, as we saw last summer. So there's a number of different things. So really what it means is that we're going to continue the training in that area. But it also means that we have the responsibility to ensure environmental compliance. And so my team here at Joint Region Marianas, I have a team in the Mariana Islands Range Complex, the folks that run that, along with our environmental team. They look very hard at all of the training requests. We work with the local governments to ensure that whatever training we're going to do is in compliance with the environmental laws. So that's the main point there.
And with regards to Pagan, I know this coming out of the Bureau of Military Affairs, they conducted their own 1-month field characterization survey. Are you privy to any information in terms of the developments over in Pagan and potential use of Pagan?
So not specifically to that latest survey, but Pagan is one of the areas that we've been potentially looking at as another training area. So as we look at all of the different islands in this region, each one provides something a little unique and different. And we're looking at what is the best way that we can train our forces and, preserve the environment and preserve the culture and these sort of things. So we're looking at a number of different things. So Pagan is one of the things that have been looked at as a potential area, but we still have a lot more to do to study if that would really work out or not.
All right, Admiral, thanks so much.
Thank you, Tomas.
Thank you.
Rear Admiral Chris here. I want to start on COVID because I know that Public Health they had a press conference. I want to say it was last week or the week before, but they had kind of mentioned a significant portion of the positive cases reported had come out of DOD. And I know last night of the 662 cases, I believe 150 were reported from the Department of Defense. And so we don't get much info out of DOD, obviously. But so who are these people? Where are the cases? And just, I guess, the status of how DOD and JRM are dealing with this Omicron surge.
Sure. No, I appreciate the question. So the numbers as of last night, when we just talk about number of infected cases, the overall for Guam was 7,050, and the overall for DOD was 739. So DOD was about 10%. But I want to be very clear because I think this can get a little confusing sometimes. When we say DOD, when we report the numbers of DOD, we're not just talking about our active duty force. We're talking about our active duty force from our services, plus the Coast Guard, plus we're talking about the family members of those active duty members. We're talking about our DOD civilians and their family members. We're talking about contractors. We're talking about the Guard, and we're talking about retirees. So our classification of what we report from DOD is actually a very wide scope of people. So we just have to be very careful when we're comparing numbers and percentages to try to say, well, how much was DOD or how much? So I want to try to stay away from that. What we are seeing, however, is similar to what overall is happening in Guam. We're seeing a surge in what we believe is the Omicron variant here in cases. Now, for the members that we're seeing, over more than half of the infections in DOD are not active duty service members. A lot of it are their family members. A lot of it, some of the civilian contractors that work for us. But never mind that. The good news is very, very small hospitalizations. And so most of the cases we're seeing are very mild. We are very lucky that we have a large number of our population that's not only fully vaccinated, but we also have a number of folks that have their boosters. And what we're seeing is, although we have a large number of cases, and many of those cases are figured out through contact tracing with people that have no symptoms whatsoever, but we'll go through the steps with them as well. But really, it's not having much of an impact on us. And in fact, we are looking at how we fight through these sort of things and continue operations without bringing us to a complete halt. So gone are the days of a ship not getting underway because it had maybe one case on board. We're fighting through these things. We're learning how to operate with this. So I think that's a very good news story when it comes to how the Department of Defense overall is looking at this. Now, obviously, we don't want anyone to be sick, and we would like to have measures in place to not do that. The other part that we're seeing here is, and we saw this play out earlier or later last year as well, too, through these surges. We've generally seen the surge in DOD sort of be a leading indicator towards the surge of the overall Guam population. Number of different reasons for that. Potentially it's the fact that we operate sometimes in very close quarters. You think about a ship or a submarine and how closely packed those sailors are together, so things can spread very easily. It also, we have a number of people that for a number of different reasons, whether it's the holidays or meetings or whatever, will travel back to the continental United States and come back where, we've seen some cases there. So we've generally seen the DOD numbers will start to rise first, and then we'll see the overall population numbers in Guam rise first. And then on the backside, we'll see the DOD numbers start to come down and the overall population numbers in Guam come down too. So we've seen a downturn over the last 24 hours in the infections in DOD. I'm hopeful that trend will continue, and we'll just see how this plays out.
Rear Admiral, so I know there's a bunch of military exercises coming up. What's the testing protocol for military members who are in these trainings and on Guam for them?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the interesting thing is, especially the exercise that we've got going on right now, COPE North, that is a multinational exercise. So what we do is we apply the different rules and regulations, a combination of the Centers for Disease Control, a combination of local Guam regulations, and a combination of DOD regulations to try to come up with the best mix to be able to appropriately screen people coming in. So in the case of the big air exercise, COPE North, that's going on right now, we have the United States plus about 4 other nations that are participating in that. So what's been put in place, and this is mostly being run out of Anderson Air Force Base because that's where the exercise is taking place from. They have a regimen of testing, both when people arrive and a whole sort of different things. Bottom line is they're doing everything they possibly can to ensure that, number one, that nobody brings anything in. Number two, that if someone were to bring something in or we start to see a cluster somewhere, we were able to quickly isolate and contain that so it doesn't spread to the larger community, both within the exercise and into the larger population. Number of other things been put in place. Yes, there's a number of those service members that are staying in some of our hotels out in town. And there's some pretty strict regulations on where they can go, where they can't go, and some time limits that go along with that as well, too. So there's a number of different things that have been put in place. I think we have a pretty good plan to ensure the health and safety of not only the exercise participants, but also here the people of Guam.
Rear Admiral, Public Health locally had announced last night that they're now prioritizing testing for symptomatic patients and high-risk close contacts, and they're saying it's because of a shortage of supplies like test kits. Is JRM facing a similar issue, and has it affected your testing protocols?
Yeah, so no, I appreciate that question. So I believe that there's in the United States there's a shortage writ large on the test kits. We've seen that play out in a number of different places, not just here in Guam. And so we're taking some similar steps. In fact, we're doing quite a bit of, people that are sick, stay home, go through that thing. But right now, not an overall shortage of kits, but that could change very quickly.
I wanted to also get in on this $1 billion healthcare complex that the governor is proposing to build at the Eagles Field area, Backward Anderson. Could we just start with just a status update on what is the status of those properties right now?
Yeah, so the property in question, that area in question, and this goes back to some of the comments I made earlier. Last year on the land disposition list for DOD, that area was listed as excess. Now, just because an area is listed as excess, it doesn't mean that it's automatically returned to the government of Guam. It means that at the time that the list was written, there were no plans for that area. What I discussed earlier in the conversation about the Missile Defense Agency, that is one of the areas that's being looked at as a potential site for a portion of the missile defense system. So when we update our list, and it generally comes out in March, when we update our land disposition list, it is highly likely that will be no longer listed as an excess area because we need to take a look at that very carefully to see if it is one of the sites we need to use for the missile defense system here in Guam. Now, that being said, previous to the Missile Defense Agency getting the money and going through the process that we're in right now, previously we had looked at that land and there was no significant specific DoD only use for that land. So in the past, there were some negotiations that were undertaken at very high levels to look at, is it a possibility that something could be put there that the government of Guam could use it? So there was an idea of a hospital complex, and very intriguing to a number of different people. Obviously, to the folks here in the region, having a new and updated hospital complex is pretty good. But also, the Department of Defense would look at that as also a way that we would be able to expand some capabilities. So the idea at the time was, if a hospital was built on that location, that there would be stipulations that it would have some specific capabilities that would add to the ability for the Department of Defense to use those facilities and that medical stuff, which is what led to a process of proposing a lease of the property there, which would give the Department of Defense the ability to stipulate particular items be built into the hospital as part of that lease. And so that's what's been going on. And then we're going to have to see really how this is going to play out now, because at the time all of those decisions were made, the missile defense system was aspirational. It really didn't have the teeth to it because it didn't have the money behind it. Now that we have the money, now that we're exploring the sites, it could be that site is really prime real estate and absolutely necessary for the missile defense system, in which case maybe the hospital wouldn't be built there. It would have to go somewhere else. So that's kind of where we are, and hopefully that explains where we are right now. So there's a lot of things that are up in the air. Any negotiations at this point are really at the beginning stages. Again, I know the government of Guam is looking at that area for a potential hospital complex. I know the Missile Defense Agency is looking at that area as well for a potential site for missile defense.
Rear Admiral, so can you just confirm, was there a license signed between the government of Guam and Joint Region or any DoD entity for the properties up there to be able to build a new hospital complex?
So there's no license to actually build a complex. There was license to explore if it was a good location. So just as we're letting the Missile Defense Agency look at that area to see if it would be good for missile defense, we're allowing the government of Guam to look at that area to see if it would be potentially good for a hospital. So there's no agreements right now to actually build anything or actually lease the land or any of that kind of stuff. Right now, this is just all exploratory because no final decisions have been made at all on what would happen with that land.
Wow, because I've read most of the correspondence between the governor and the Navy Secretary, and it kind of seemed like things were barreling down towards, we're going to give you a lease for 50 years and you're going to be able to build this. So that's not accurate at all anymore.
Well, I think the thing to keep in mind here is, again, and this is where the situation has somewhat changed with the missile defense system coming here to Guam. If we absolutely need that land because it's the only place that a portion of system will work, and quite honestly, that land that we're talking about, when you look at where it is, north-south wise, it's very central in the island. East-west wise, it's more towards the east, which the DoD doesn't have a lot of properties on the eastern portion of the island. It's on some higher ground. So all of those things make it very attractive for a missile defense system. So I think we need to slow down a little bit. We need to let the evaluations play out before there's any permanent decisions made on what we would do with that particular parcel of land.
Rear Admiral, are you able to give us any more details? And you said that earlier in the discussion that if the government of Guam was to build this $1 billion healthcare complex, that there were certain stipulations and I guess things that you guys would want built into it to kind of be able to meet DoD JRM demands. Are you able to elaborate on what some of those were?
I can give you a couple of things that were being looked at. So that land, as it is right now, we often talk a bit about Eagles Field and where the sports area there is. there's also a current existing weather radar that the DoD operates that's on that land. In its current position, even though it's up on a tower, it has a blockage zone because of some high-rise buildings to the west. So, for example, one of the stipulations being explored was if a multi-story structure were built there, just as we see in other large cities, the potential to put the radar on top of the building to be able to decrease the blockage zone and have the weather radar work to a longer range. So that's one example. Another example I could give you is, although we have a helicopter pad at the Naval Hospital, at the time that that helicopter pad was built, it was not built to be able to handle the high heat of the MV-22 Osprey aircraft that the Marine Corps operates, and now the Navy operates a version as well to supply the carriers. So the ability to land directly at the Naval Hospital with that particular platform, which is strictly a military platform, we would like to be able to put that into any new complex that was built. So if there were a service member that were injured and they were being able to be transported by one of those aircraft, they could fly directly to the hospital. So it's things like that. And there's a number of other ones too, but those are two very visible things that I could talk about were things that were being explored as potential things to be put into any sort of the plans.
Wow, Rear Admiral. I mean, we have, and I think part of it is that we've only been able to kind of get one side of the conversation on the GovGuama end and maybe glean information from letters that we received that were written by the Navy Secretary through Freedom of Information Act requests. But I mean, this is huge new information that you're telling us this morning. So I definitely appreciate that. I did have one more issue I wanted to touch on, and it's, go ahead. Did you have something?
Yeah, just so I want to also, when we talk about this, the idea of a health complex is something that's of mutual aid. It's good for everyone. And so, I talked about the MV-22 Osprey, which is the tilt rotor aircraft that can land like a helicopter, but it has the range of an aircraft. So think about this. With an Osprey, if we had a sick or an injured patient, whether it was DOD or whether it was a local civilian, let's say up in one of the northern islands of the CNMI, that's out of the range of our current helicopters. But with an Osprey, that's within the range where you could go to a location, and even if they didn't have an airfield there, that Osprey would be able to potentially pick up a patient and then bring them directly back to the medical complex. So it's the ability to put together the needs of the civilian community in the region, along with some very DoD-specific abilities, and marry those together, which makes that a great thing when we're looking at how we do this. And I appreciate what you've been doing and what you've been saying. You've been looking at some of these official records, but there's a lot of discussion that goes on outside of that we're looking at a number of different things. And so I'm glad that I was able to kind of hopefully enlighten you on that process.
Thank you. Just, I guess, one more on this issue. Are there any other properties in your inventory that have been entered in this discussion as possible alternatives to the property the governor had been looking at?
Well, I think what we're going to have to do now is, because of the extensive research that the Missile Defense Agency has to do, we need to let that play out first. And I want to also clarify, when we look at properties and we say where things need to go, when we're talking about a missile defense system, it is not just you need a piece of land to put something on. That land has to be in a location where, when we're operating radars or missiles or these sort of things, it doesn't interfere with other stuff. So, there are plots of land that, because of their location or because of where they are in reference to the Juan Pat International Airport, they may not be good at all for a missile defense system. And then there are other parts of land that maybe. So part of the research that's going on right now by the Missile Defense Agency, they're not just going around and looking at the land. They're actually going and they're using some sophisticated gear to measure radiated signals that are already out there to make sure wherever we put the system or the pieces of the system, it doesn't interfere with anything. So I think that's kind of number one. We have to let that play out and see how this is going to be designed, where it's going to go. But once that's figured out, then we can see, are there other locations that might be a possibility for a healthcare complex that, again, both supports the regional community and the Department of Defense.
Rear Admiral, sorry, just because just one more on this. What is the timeline when you talk about missile defense and they have to study? So is this like a 1 year, 2 year, 3 year?
Yeah, that's a great question. Right now, we're we're at the stage where we had engineers that are here doing the measurements, as I discussed. They've been here for about a week, and they have a few more days to go to finish this round of measurements. There is quite a bit that has to go into this process, because what we don't have right now is a definitive decision on what type of system is going to be put here. There's one type of system that's based on the existing technology that the Army uses. There's another type of system that's used on the existing technology that the Navy uses. There's a possibility of one or the other of those systems coming here to Guam, or potentially a combination of the two. And this is because it's a wide range of threats that we're going after. Right now, we have some pretty good capability against ballistic missiles, but what we want to have in the future is a system that can not only take on ballistic missiles, but hypersonic missiles and cruise missiles. So it's a much more wider range. So unfortunately, I don't have a really good timeline for you, because there are some decisions that have to be made along the way. Right. I'm very hopeful that a lot of this will be decided here within the next few months, or at least by the end of the year. But I can't tell you specifically what that's going to look like until we get a little farther down the road.
Would DoD fund any of these stipulations for the included in the construction of a new hospital, or would that kind of depend on where it would be?
Well, that's something that would have to be negotiated. There's a look at what could be. There are some things that could be built into the hospital that really are no change in the cost, just in the way you design it up front. And then there's some things that might need some specialized equipment. So that's going to be part of a negotiation, however this turns out to be.
Rear Admiral, last issue, open burn pits. I don't know what the status is, but I do know that there was a permit being sought with the local EPA for an open burn pit at Anderson. When we had Guam EPA on, they said that burn pits hadn't been used in a couple of decades, but what I'm hearing this morning is rumblings of possible legal action on the federal side relative to these burn pits. So could we just kind of first start on what is the status of the burn pits, and why are you guys seeking a permit to start using them again?
Yeah, so I'll tell you, that's been mostly focused on Anderson Air Force Base and the action that's going on up there. I don't have a lot of the details with me. I'd love to come back with you on that one. I will say one of the things that we use some of those sort of facilities for is to help with some of the unexploded ordnance that our explosive disposal teams are able to take out of the community, or when there's construction areas. But I would rather come and circle back with you on that one, because I just don't have a lot of the details with me right now.
Okay, is there anybody else? You good? Jay, did you want to jump in here? Anything about the Houston Oilers? All right,
the Admiral's like an old school Houston Oilers fan. Admiral, I'm sure Warren Moon, Earl Campbell, like Webster Slaughter, those guys.
Yeah, love you, Blue.
Right,
good team.
Yeah. All right, Rear Admiral, thank you for your time, and we would definitely, because like I said, I feel like there's going to be some developments with this open pit burn thing. If you could circle back at any time, just let us know, and we'll be more than happy to get you on.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you. Okay, be safe. Right on.
Thank you, sir.
Wow, huge interview there with Rear Admiral Benjamin Nicholson. Tomas, I think my jaw is on the... I don't know how my jaw is staying in this mask, because I feel like it's on the floor right now.
Lots of huge developments. I mean, even out of Tinian with the landfill that they want to develop there in coordination with the local community as well. So,
and they did say that they were looking at existing property that they have that they're leasing from the CNMI.
Yes, yeah, we're gonna definitely give that a re-listen on our YouTube page after the show ends, because lots of good information there.
Yeah, I mean, to me, off the bat, the biggest takeaway outside of the national stuff that Nestor just like on it, man, was this these developments, this new information with the billion dollar healthcare complex up at the back road to Anderson. I don't know. I would just say initially kind of bad news all around, because I know that there's the issue of the original landowners at play. The governor has been very hell-bent, maybe not the right word, but she's been very firm on this property being used for her $1 billion healthcare complex. And like I said, I'd gone through the letters, I'd seen the communication. There was indication that a license was going to be signed. I'm not sure. I want to go back and Google, but I don't know if they had announced that they were either really close to signing a license or had already signed one. But the Rear Admiral basically said, like, oh, all that is kind of out the door because we're looking at that site potentially to be used as part of the missile defense system. And so that's pretty big development there because the governor has kind of hung her hat on, I don't know if she wears hats, but she's kind of really put all her eggs in this Eagles Field basket, which has definitely rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, especially those original landowners. And so I don't know what their response to this will be, but I would definitely appreciate the Rear Admiral coming on. That was big info.
Yeah, and we'll have to wait and see, I guess, for the reports on which land is more feasible and why, right? Because he said it's not just a matter of going there and looking at it, right? They're going to have to do some sort of,
But I would say just from really listening to what he said, it kind of sounds like it's
they're
done
set
deal.
on it, right? I mean, it seemed like a non-negotiation.
I mean, I wonder if the governor is, first of all, I don't know if she's listening. I would. It's a great show. But I would, if I was Governor Liu, definitely would have spit out my coffee on that.
It almost seems like they signed the deal there.
Yeah, so if you look at the letters, and I reported on this issue, if you look at the correspondence between the Navy Secretary and the governor, it seemed, honestly, 180 degrees from where it is now.
So did he say that there was a document that was signed?
He said that to be clear, there was no license or lease that was signed. What they were given was the opportunity to kind of study whether or not it would be good to put the $1 billion healthcare complex there.
Right.
So I don't know if Adelup is just being disingenuous just because, or if they're just kind of taking advantage of the fact that a lot of times we're not privy to or have access to that other side of the conversation that happens behind the fence line on the base. And so,
I mean, but also, why wouldn't you share that if you had that information too?
Well, I don't know if it's a breakdown in their communications department, because we all know they're definitely struggling, or if it's just that the less they tell us about this, the less ammo there is for these original landowners to use against the administration. So there you go. I feel like my grandma would be saying Edzegi Natmo right now, but it's 8:49. We're gonna go ahead and take a break. Yes, Jay.
Well, speaking of dialoguing in our island's native tongue, we have a fantastic interview coming up.
Man. Yes, we do.
With a word that I would say is probably very, very controversial, but who better to actually speak on the origins and the use and possibly the future of the somewhat controversial word "tsad"?
Yes.
Than a beloved member of the cloth, like an island institution, although he would never credit himself as such. Polly Eric Forbes, who is standing by. That's going to be a fantastic interview.
It is, and we're so glad to welcome to the KUAM podcast network. We've got a lot of great content coming out for you guys. Really was thinking that we would get more information though on the open pit burning. But it kind of seems like that's still in play, as I know they're trying to get the permit. I'm not sure it was approved. I had reached out to Guam EPA. But again, I just would say that we're hearing about potentially some legal action that may be filed, if not today, then in the very, very near future. So I think it's going to put a little bit of maybe accelerate this issue a little more.
Right. Hopefully circle back.
Yeah, circle back.
Circle back a little faster.
Yeah. Right on. 8:49. We'll take a quick break, and we're coming back with Polly Eric and more on the Ileknia Si Polly podcast. Coming very, very soon to the KUAM Podcast Network right here on the link. We are brought to you by Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, ITN, and Jack in the Box. Just real quick before the break, guys, remember just to prepare. Beginning tomorrow, Public Health is going to start prioritizing testing for symptomatic patients and high-risk close contacts. And this is across all of their testing platforms. They're giving priority to only symptomatic patients and high-risk close contacts. And due to the high volume of testing in the last several weeks, testing kits and supplies are limited. So they're running low on test kits. They're running low on the king-size one-sided Q-tips.
Good luck.
The criteria for high-risk close contacts are unvaxxed or not fully vaccinated, 65 or older, multiple comorbidities or multiple underlying health conditions, or moderately to severely immunocompromised conditions. Okay.
And remember, don't lie because you will be casted on shame.
We'll play that coming up.
Well, also we've got a priest in the Zoom room and
Yeah,
everything,
we
so
do.
don't lie is probably
Don't
like
lie.
rule number one.
Exactly.
That's right. Maybe we can ask for some forgiveness.
Yeah, if you hang out, we can play that clip again and talk a little bit about it. It's 8:51, but quick break, and we're back with more of the show next. Good morning.
Join Nestor Lacanto for virtual in-depth discussions with the movers and shakers in our community every Wednesday on In Full Zoom. Presented by IT&D and Calvo Enterprises, Inc. KUAM Communication is your go-to source for the biggest national and international sports events. Check out KUAM TV8 and KUAM TV11 for the biggest sports specials, championships, and events from every court, track, field, and playing ground. We're bringing you all the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutter, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With Money Map, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be. With Money Map from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lacanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Let us know what's up on our KOM News WhatsApp tip line at 671-727-0094. Share information about what's happening in your town, on Guam or the CNMI, and what you want us to know. Reach us on WhatsApp at 671-727-0094.
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Häagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. Real milk from free grazing cows.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications.
Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi, That's What I Like.
Pacific Matters is a half-hour news, culture, and lifestyle show focused on issues that impact Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, and the larger Pacific region. Join Tomas Naglonia every Monday to discuss politics, trends, and take a deep dive into the issues changing our island home. Because what happens in the Pacific matters. The Culture Club returns to KUM Digital and KUM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Tamoto culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum, the freshest bottled water made in Guam.
Buenas Zanhafadi. Part of taking care of yourself is participating in cancer screening. Make it a point to see your doctor at least once a year for an annual visit to discuss your risk and to determine which tests are right for you. Many tests are free or covered by insurance, and there may be programs to help those who don't have insurance. Cancer screening can save your life. There are screening tests that can catch cancer early when it may be easier to treat. So learn more at cancer.org/getscreened.
Catch Sports Link on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. Sports Link airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. Sports Link is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape and Taco Bell. Live Mas.
Hey, good morning. Bananas of Zeus. We had to kind of move things around a little bit because we had the Rear Admiral on. Don't worry, we asked him for his ID before we let him on the show. No, so we're going to close the show with the news. Tomas is going to come on again and talk about the Daily Question.
Yeah, and it's good to close the show with the news because, man, there is so much to go over,
Yes.
so much to unpack.
There's a lot, guys. But right now, though, let's go into our KUAM News link Zoom room where Polly Eric Forbes is sitting by. Good morning, Polly.
Buenas.
Buenas.
We're just so excited to launch this new podcast, Elecnia Si Polly, on the KUAM podcast network. Polly, you have a great description of this podcast. So again, for those people who are going to be listening to this first episode, how would you describe your podcast, Elecnia Si Polly?
Well, I guess I would describe it as a fiesta plate or a fiesta table. You know, it's got everything thrown in, even the kitchen sink. So a little bit of history, culture, language, social stuff, questions, cultural notes, things of the past, things of the present, and maybe even look into our crystal ball into the future.
Polly,
it's got everything.
It does, really. And we've got a couple episodes in the can already, very diverse topics, Polly. But for those fans of your blog, right, because I've been a fan of your blog for just a long time, would you say this podcast is kind of maybe like a audio extension of your popular blog?
Yeah, maybe it's, me coming up to date, keeping up with technology.
Yeah.
And I also know, Polly, you also have multiple blogs because you have one blog where, you talk about spirituality and religion, and then one where you talk about, history and culture and language.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Very diverse.
Because Yeah, not everybody is interested in everything. You know, they want to pick and choose so they can.
And we're glad that we're able to pick up this great podcast series. Polly, we actually have a clip that we're going to play here for the audience, and then the episode will debut. So can you hang out and we'll play this clip, and then we'll come on and chit-chat after?
Sure.
Okay, so this, again, is a clip from the debut episode of Elecnius Ipali here. It is from the KUAM podcast network.
And this one is interesting because, we were teasing this earlier in the week, but a word that is gained a lot of value in our community, both positive and negative, is the word chad. And Polly Eric is well enough because, again, he's not only a spiritual leader, he's also a student of history and a teacher of history. And so, this word obviously is to some a term of endearment, to others,
we'll get into it, Jay.
Unbelievably offensive.
Right, we'll play the clip and then we'll kind of discuss all that after. Again, this is a clip from Elecnius Ipali, the new podcast from Father Eric Ford.
What are some very typical words?
Salmon. Oh my God, you say salmon, you're so chad.
Yeah, you're so chad, right? And so it was deprecatory. It was looking down on, And it was an instant turnoff for me because I'm all about, being Chamorro. And what really irritated me was it was used by, I wouldn't say it was a Chamorro word, but it was used by Chamorros. A state-sider or a Filipino, even if they've lived here all their life on Guam, they wouldn't say cha, or I'm sure some would.
Yeah.
But primarily, if a local Filipino or a local state-sider wanted to say, oh, that guy sounds Chamorro, they would just say, he sounds Chamorro.
Yeah. He sounds really Chamorro.
But the Chad using Chamorros would say, oh, he sounds so Chad. They wouldn't say he sounds Chamorro. They'd say he sounds Chad.
Yeah, that's so weird. And you're right. People who aren't from Guam would never use the word. And in some ways, it almost reminds me a little bit of the N-word, right? It's like you have certain people who use it and then everyone else cannot use it. And that's how it was. Is like I never saw, Howley person or Chinese, Filipino, whatever, Palauan, say something like, "Oh my God, it's so chot," but it was the Chamorros.
So it was Chamorros looking down on their own,
and that's a big problem. And I could see why you would hate the word just for that. I mean, for me, I never really thought about it that way because it was always said with something that I thought, it's humorous
and humorous, yeah. But it really wasn't humorous. When I would listen to these teenagers use the word chad, it wasn't in a humorous way. It was really in a, oh, don't be that way.
Right. This is, it was really interesting to me, Polly, because, they say Chamorro is like it's oral, right? It's not written language. And so I found with this chad, it was almost a similar way as when you were trying to research the history of the word, there was very little written documentation about it, right?
Like a lot of things in our culture and history. People didn't write things down,
Jay.
Okay, we're gonna be called the Familiang Kamuti because of this, and I'll write it down because 100 years from now, someone's gonna ask, why are we called the Familiang Kamuti?
Right. And probably they're called the Familiang Kamuti. You might not be able to find it written down, but maybe they grew Kamuti or someone like Kamuti, or maybe with our Chamorro sense of humor, someone in the family maybe looked like a Kamuti.
Look like a Kamuti, or somebody got hit by a Kamuti.
You never know. Jay, but this was interesting for you because, like you said, we actually came up when this. I feel like our generation, it was in the definition that we eventually agreed on, which is making fun of a Chamorro for being too Chamorro.
Yeah.
It was our generation that really used the word and threw it around.
And we were in high school at the time of that era in Guam history where it said the self-determination, and that was like a big thing. I remember when I was a freshman in high school in '89, that's when they we were taking Guam history and they said self-determination is like a big thing. And then I didn't hear the word chad, Polly, until I was at UOG like in '92, because up in Jigo, up at Sanchez and everything like that, there were a whole bunch of other words. But chad was never like one of them, and then I heard that I was like,
what were some of the other words, Jay?
And then I was confused. I was like, so should I be offended by this? Should I actually take it again as as a compliment, or I just didn't know.
Yeah.
And it's almost like one of those words. Would you agree, Polly, that it's one of those things where if you are Chamorro, it's okay to use. Like I can talk to Chris like that,
yeah,
but
Polly,
if somebody from the outside,
he doesn't want to say it, but is it the Chamorro equivalent of like the N-word? And that Chamorro.
Well, I just hate. I don't even think it's right. I don't like it when Chamorros themselves use it.
Right. Yeah, and you'll get that from this
Not
podcast.
only because it's a word that Chamorros use to look down on other Chamorros, but because the word itself is so un-Chamorro.
Mm-hmm.
And what makes
Should we capitalize the CH?
if you want to.
Yeah, don't get them started.
Yeah.
If you want government funding.
Polly, I was talking with Uncle Ken Conception in the back, and so how old is Uncle Ken?
He'd probably tell you 26, but
yeah, I think he might be 70 and up. But he was telling me, he was like, "Oh, I could tell you what that word means right now," and he actually said that it was short for chada. And if you guys listen to the podcast, you're going to find out that the word chad and its meaning and how it's used has evolved over, I would say, like the last 50 years, probably. And so Uncle Ken, who is probably 70 or so, he's of that generation where he said his mom would always tell them, "Dad had any chada," but they would shorten it to, I guess it got shortened to chad, right?
Yeah. Which is a very un-Chamorro way of shortening chada.
What would be the most Chamorro way to shorten chada?
I don't think they would. It's 2 syllables already.
I know.
I think once you see like the Zori flying towards your head, that's all the shortening you need to know.
And so, Polly, we kind of go in the podcast is, if you had your way in a perfect world, the C word, if you will, the CH word, would never be used again. Can you kind of tell us why, without ruining it for people who haven't heard the episode yet?
Well, because it's it's a word used by Chamorros to look down on other Chamorros. It's a very un-Chamorro word in its pronunciation and construction, and I think it's on its way out. And if I can push it out the door quicker, I'll do my part.
Yeah, it's funny that we're trying to push this out the door and retire this word, but because of this podcast, a lot more people are going to be saying it. At least,
well, they'll know not to say it, maybe.
Yeah, right.
Well, because your priest told you to. But Polly, we also have Tomas Menglonia, who hails from Rota here in Zuma. We were actually asking too. Is one of the things I've always appreciated about how you explain and explore history is. It's not just on Guam, and it's Chamorros are widely distributed and everything like that. So, do you find the use of this word to also be prevalent in the CNMI as well?
Never heard it. Never heard it in the CNMI. Now, I've been out of the CNMI for 30 years, so I can't say what's going on now. But when I was living there in the early 90s, it was never said. I only heard the word chad when I moved back to Guam in 1994.
Right. I just feel like, the CNMI would never make fun of Chamorros for being too Chamorro. I mean, they want to be like too
Well, there
Chamorro.
might be some inter-island words, but
how is it for
but
you?
No, I did. I did hear about it, and I knew that it was a Guam word, but yeah, and I also the way I learned about it was that it was almost derogatory, but similar with trends and how generations take up words, it became something people almost jokingly took pride in. I don't know if you could say that, but yeah.
Polly, there's something else that you're working on that I know you kind of gifted me a copy of this book, Storiadzizo.
Yeah.
You want to show us a copy of that? I posted this on my Instagram, guys. This is really, it's an awesome book, an awesome compilation. Polly, I had no idea you were coming out with this. I know you gave me a ring the other day. I said, "Hey, were you at work? I want to drop this off for you." I was so happy when I came in to work.
So it's a book of stories. A lot of them are short. A lot of them are humorous. And I also have a little bit of artwork in there by Roland Miranda. And no, this is not me, and this is not my grandmother. But it's Nana telling stories. Mm-hmm. And they're in Chamorro with an English translation on the side. And I wrote them first in Chamorro. And then I translated it into English, and I had to, doctor the English up, modify the English, because you can't directly translate all the time. Mm-hmm. But it's available It's 300 plus stories.
Wow.
And should I go ahead and explain how someone interested could get it?
Maybe you could read us one of the stories, Polly, if you don't mind.
Okay, I could do that.
And I'll just say that last night I brought a copy home and I put it on the table and I went to go run some errands. I came back and my mom, she was just so deep into the book and she was trying to explain to me. And we kind of took turns reading some of the Chamorro stories, but she was trying to explain to me that she was like, Chris, when you hear it in English, it's one thing, and it might be funny, but there's nothing like hearing it in Chamorro because the sense of humor and sometimes the plays on words, right?
Right. Some of the humor stories, the English version will not even make you crack a smile. So it's really intended for a Chamorro speaking or Chamorro speaking readership. But a lot of them, the English translation will still work for you. And I think it's a great tool for someone who might know a little bit of Chamorro and wants to progress in it, because they can compare the English and the Chamorro.
Right.
Probably a really good design decision on your part, Polly, about to make the book spiral bound, because I'm sure people are going to be turning the pages like left and right. They would break the spine otherwise. I'm sure, Chris, your mom is like flip through the book, You never start at the beginning. You go backwards. You find your favorite stories.
Well, this isn't the first book I've ever printed, so I have experience with what they call perfect bound, and 5 years into it, the glue weakens.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's funny, Polly, because we've seen the GDOE, the Chamorro Legend books. I know that they were bound. And you go through it so much that it starts to wear and tear. And so when I was looking at it with my mom last night, we were being really careful when we were turning the pages, because I was like, no, we just got to be and it's a real page turner. So you are going to turn these pages. So could we get a story, Polly?
We could. You want it in Chamorro, English, or both?
Both.
Okay. I'll do a short one. Okay. So the title of this story is Timasumay Ifadang. Don't worry, everybody. I'll repeat it in English. So, gidurante ni gera, maliini Japanese gizasumay na matitifi ifadang. Anaman mamaisi ni Japanese hafa eno na tinetsa. Ilengia itaw sumay na sinya makono. Loti masangani Japanese na bineno ifadang. Za debidu masumay finena, za usuha ibineno, antes du mafatitizas. Ay sa manyola kitaw sumay anay malii na kinanuha ifadang ni Japanese sin masumay. Pues di man malongo. Di man manyangani itaw sumay na David yung masumay. So this is a story where it's a play on Chamorro words, which doesn't, But here's the English.
Maybe can you explain the play on the Chamorro words, Polly?
I will.
Yeah.
I will. And for your information, this story might be true, because an older person from Sumay told the story. So during the war, the Japanese stationed in Sumay saw people picking the fadang, the Federico nut. When the Japanese asked what fruit that was, the Sumay people said it could be eaten. But they didn't tell the Japanese that it was poisonous and had to be soaked first in order to remove the toxins before making titizas. The Sumay people got a big laugh when they saw the Japanese eating fadang without soaking it, then getting sick afterwards. The Sumay people didn't explain that it first had to be sumay. So sumay in Chamorro means to soak. So the Sumay people didn't tell the Japanese to sumay the fadang.
Got it, yes. And that's an example of how it'll hold up better in Chamorro than in English. And Polly, so what would you say? There's like a few hundred of these stories, right?
300 plus.
Wow. And they're kind of gleaned through historical accounts. And then you also took some kind of like folklore from around the world?
Well, just different stories that I've read. This is like a 40-year collection.
Oh.
Yeah, so no surprise they're over 300.
Wow.
One thing, Polly, funny that I know because you're evoking wonderful memories for me because like you were saying, it's stories told by Nana, right? And I've got these wonderful memories of on weekends going up to my Nana's house in Agania Heights, and she would just sit me and my cousins down and then tell us like stories. But there was always a moral to them. I mean, some of them were funny, some of them were cautionary tales, but it was always like at the end of the day, it's like, okay. And that's why you don't walk on the streets by yourself, or and that's why, why when the carabao and the cow both jumped in the river, they put on the wrong skin, and now they look like that and everything like that.
And one of my purposes for this book of stories is to really get into the Chamorro mentality, and by that I mean pre-war. So to really understand what the story is really trying to say, you kind of have to put your mind back into the 1930s. When the ranch was important, when family, when religion, when fishing, when local skills were important, and just the whole mentality, like Chamorro sensitivity, and why are you looking at me that way? And, just it's, because humor is very culture based. What's funny in one language is not funny in another, or one culture doesn't translate into another. So it's really a look into a traditional Chamorro mentality pre-war.
Yeah, that's definitely what you get from reading this book. Polly, what's the deal, though? A lot of people were messaging me and asking where can they get it?
Yeah.
Well, because I hope Reverend Tax isn't listening, because I don't have a business license. I'm not, this is not a business, so whatever donation,
Reverend Tax, close your ears, Reverend Tax. Close your ears.
Reverend Tax don't listen, but Amazon is definitely listening.
And do one of those take a book things and just leave a buck.
Right. So how do they get a hold of you?
Just know that the per book cost was about $10. Right. So whatever I can,
by donation. That. He's too mamala to say by donation.
So anyway, people can email me. And here's my email address. Does that show up?
I love it.
So it's PollyEric, one word, one E, at Zahoo.com.
Ay, day. Thank you, Polly. And that's fine. And guys, he doesn't want to ask, but like he said, it costs $10 to print each book. So if you can just give a little donation to help him cover the cost, please do.
Yeah.
If you want to slip a little extra $5 on there for him to get his wine or bread or whatever, that's not a...
Or my haircut.
Or a haircut. Oh, yeah, you need a haircut, long hair. Thank you, Father Eric. We're looking forward to the next episode. Jay, when does this first one drop?
We have, because overwhelming demand I'm already seeing right now, it's going to be on our Facebook timeline at 11 a.m. You're going to be able to listen to the entire episode. If you cannot wait, it's on the KOM Podcast Network, all of our platforms. So you're going to get on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Amazon Music, Audible, anywhere you can get a podcast, you're going to be able to hear PollyEric explain the origins and hopefully like the ending of the word chod in our lexicon.
Right on.
Yeah, we're going to have a 9-night rosary for the death of the word chod.
There you go. And then it'll never be said again.
And you know what? Subscribe to Father Eric's podcast too, because it's not, not just this episode, but like you said, it is a proper fiesta table of topics. And every time he publishes a new episode, we've already got another one coming out, I believe, next week. You're going to get those automatically. So hook it up to Spotify. You'll always get good stuff.
Next month, Jay. Next month. We had to talk about this.
I just can't wait. Wow. Okay. Thanks, PollyEric, for putting this together. I really can't wait to listen to it. And thank you for, sharing what you know.
Well, Tomas and I share an office, and it's going to be on repeat all day. So don't worry. You're going to be able to hear it.
Yeah. My pleasure.
All right. Thank you, Polly. That's that. Okay.
Have a wonderful day.
9:20. We'll take a quick break, and we're going to finish the show with news next here on The Link. Good morning.
The Culture Club returns.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
Pacific Matters is a half-hour news, culture, and lifestyle show focused on issues that impact Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, and the larger Pacific region. Join Tomas Maglonia every Monday to discuss politics, trends, and take a deep dive into the issues changing our island home. Because what happens in the Pacific matters.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentation, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
The Culture Club returns to KUM Digital and KUM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Tomorrow culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum, the freshest bottled water made in Guam.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Tomorrow culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Tomorrow music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Tomorrow News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Tomorrow language podcast, Cuentos Tapaco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Tomorrow heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Pacific Matters is a half-hour news, culture, and lifestyle show focused on issues that impact Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, and the larger Pacific region. Join Tomas Maglonia every Monday to discuss politics, trends, and take a deep dive into the issues changing our island home. Because what happens in the Pacific matters.
Join Nestor Lacanto for virtual in-depth discussions with the movers and shakers in our community every Wednesday on In Full Zoom. Presented by IT&D and Calvo Enterprises, Inc. KUAM Communication is your go-to source for the biggest national and international sports events. Check out KUAM TV8 and KUAM TV11 for the biggest sports specials, championships, and events from every court, track, field, and playing ground. We're bringing you all the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific.
Buenas Sanhafadi. Part of taking care of yourself is participating in cancer screening. Make it a point to see your doctor at least once a year for an annual visit to discuss your risk and to determine which tests are right for you. Many tests are free or covered by insurance, and there may be programs to help those who don't have insurance. Cancer screening can save your life. There are screening tests that can catch cancer early when it may be easier to treat. So learn more at cancer.org/getscreened.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications.
Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi. That's what I like.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. Real milk from free grazing cows.
Join KUAM every Wednesday on primetime for Inside Business. It's our new weekly segment featuring the struggle of Guam's businesses during this global pandemic. We'll hear from industry leaders about the difficult decisions
they were forced to make to implement cutoffs, layoffs, and shorten hours just to survive. It's the other side effect of COVID, the island's economic crisis. We'll also feature new businesses that managed to open and thrive during these challenging times. It's Inside Business every Wednesday on KUAM News Primetime.
Catch Sports Link on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. Sports Link airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. Sports Link is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape and Taco Bell. Live Mas.
Listen, watch, and learn from the daily Tomorrow News updates from KUAM News. Catch them on The Link during the 8 o'clock hour, streaming online on Isla Radio, or on the KUAM News YouTube channel for your convenience. Tune in and stay informed, all while preserving our precious culture through the daily use of our native Chamorro language. Tomorrow News updates are brought to you by your familia at First Hawaiian Bank.
Morning, Tomas. Sorry.
Good morning, Chris.
How's it? 9:27. We had some daily questioning.
We do. Lots of people sounding off about COVID-19 testing on the island.
Well, they're going to sound off more because this new
just changed.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Good luck.
Yeah.
And so the question we asked was thoughts on the testing process. Wanted to share some of our comments that received some engagement online. Francie writing, "It's not good. Why I say that is because my family members got tested Thursday, and as of today, Monday, they have not gotten their test results." More people commenting. Many people are waiting for a COVID clearance to go back to school or even go back to work. Nobody ever answers, how will bills get paid if we keep missing work? Hours will be short. Ashley commenting, I scheduled an appointment at Tizen and it was fast. However, their backtop and results are taking longer than 24 hours, but I understand that they prioritize contacting the positives first, praying for all. Keon writing, if y'all making this much effort to find out who has COVID, you should be putting in just as much work into stopping the wild spread. Lock us down, she writes.
Oh, wow.
And this one comment from our Facebook audience says, we need more testing sites. Lines are so long at Tizen and Guam Medical Plaza, but unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be seeing those.
No, yep, they took care of the long line problem. Now they're just going to only test people who are bleeding out of their eyeballs.
And so those are some of the responses we got. People wanting to get tested because that's what has been encouraged.
Yes, and we're going to play this clip from the incident commander of the COVID-19 response. Former Senator Fernando Esteves here, and this is from a public health press conference yesterday where they announced that they're going to be prioritizing testing for symptomatic patients and high-risk close contact.
With those that are high risk, yes, they will be asking the question as they come to the line. But the other thing too is, and I think this question comes up a lot, right? How do we determine if somebody is symptomatic or not? The truth is we don't, right? You don't. It's symptoms are largely reported subjectively, so, we hope that people are going to be honest when they come to get tested, whether they have an appointment or try to walk in. And if they're dishonest about whether or not they're symptomatic, shame on them. I'll just say it, shame on them, because they'll be taken away from somebody who may actually need that test in order to be identified and may need to get treatment that we may have. So, this is a community partnership, right? Public health obviously cannot do it by itself to try to keep everything going and keep the island open. So, of course, we rely heavily on the population and the people to work with us. And we hope that the honor system is still held true today.
Yeah, Tomas, I know that we were kind of talking about this clip last night. But yeah, I was kind of scratching my head at that because the governor, former Senator Fernando Esteves' big boss, for what it's worth, told us to go get tested. She said, we're preparing for the super typhoon. But now they're saying it's a banana typhoon. But we're preparing for the super typhoon, and they wanted us to get tested. So part of their response for this Omicron surge was test, track, and treat. And so the testing now, we're looking at a shortage of test kits, which, I mean, it is what it is, right? It's nationwide. I get that part.
But I've never heard nationwide anyone assign shame to.
Yeah, that's where it kind of got off. And I think it's just one of those where, you know, the former senator is just talking, words are coming out, but maybe the thinking is not there as to what the words. It wouldn't be the first time what the words are, because you're right. It was like we're telling people to go get tested, and he's making it sound like we got a bunch of idiots out there who are just joyriding and, hey, let's go get tested, party down, let's go pretend you're sick. That's how we made it sound.
People's lives are revolving around this.
Totally, and that's what it's such a huge disconnect that maybe they just don't get it, that, you know, people can't go back to work unless they get tested. Are they symptomatic? No. Maybe they're coming off the COVID.
But I guess if you need a test to go to work but you can't get one, then, you know, shame on you.
Yeah, shame on you that what? You can't pay your bills now because...
I do have a real quick update for you guys, like on testing. And remember, you do need an appointment, and you got to go to tinyurl.com/COVIDstopswithme. I was telling you earlier in the broadcast when we first started the link, today, Tuesday fully booked, Wednesday fully booked now, Thursday fully booked. So Saturday and Sunday, slots still available.
But those rules kick in on Wednesday, right?
Yes.
So
Yeah, so obviously
that's what
people are using, you know, the system. So
Right.
Yeah.
But again, you know, and again, if you want to kind of like sift through Senator Esteves's like words and everything like that,
Yeah.
you know, maybe
don't just ignore what he said and just know that the new policy is that they're prioritizing testing of symptomatic patients.
And again, if you really need to be tested, or it's that 5th day and you believe
Right.
you may have come into contact somebody and you're not feeling well, you can go to your private clinic as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Just
And
call them
high-
up and speak to your
and
healthcare
high-risk
provider.
contacts as well. If
High
you're
risk,
high-risk
close
contact.
contacts. Yeah, but I just want to go back to what the former senator, how he made it kind of sound. It's like I said, look at the part, let's go get tested, bro. Got nothing to do. We're about to go straight to teaching. That's just not what's happening. What is happening, and I'll give you a little story. I mean, right? That's how he made it sound.
Yeah. I
Oh,
mean,
guys, use the honor system. I mean, that's how he made it sound. Like, we don't got nothing better to do. Might as well get our nose. I really want a Q-tip stuck up to my
as
brain.
someone who's been I've been tested a lot of times.
Right.
and
How many
there's-
exactly? You have
I
to.
mean,
you have to-
probably around 70 times I've been tested.
Wow.
Not all here. Not all here. I have not, used all the resources on Island. But you know, you never feel good sitting on that line. At least I never did. It's scary. You know, you
There's always
especially
this
as
perpetual what if.
right. Especially I visit my elders who have conditions,
Mm-hmm.
my nieces and nephews who are ineligible for a vaccine. So yeah, Chris, you're so right. I mean, I never felt once like I felt good that I was gonna know my status,
Yeah.
but it was never exciting, really. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think our people actually like enjoy sitting in line because I mean, no disrespect to that part of Teedzin, but it's not exactly like the most picturesque place if you're just looking to like hang out.
I mean, people are going to get like the example we were bringing up this morning was we had the caller the other day.
Right.
He was a father,
Mhm.
right? Biba Dads. He was a father, and his son was positive for COVID, and so he was going to get tested to know his status. Now, what the former senator brought up was the asymptomatics, right? I mean, as a dad, if I had a positive in my house, even if I didn't have symptoms, since I'm fully boosted, I would want to know if I was an asymptomatic spreader or whatever so that I could know, right? I mean, right? And I get it that if we just don't have enough test kits and we're prioritizing the Manamco and the symptomatic patients, high
And
risk
the
close
federal
contact,
government test kits are on the way if you
Right, yeah.
select it, if you ordered them yourself.
that's fine. It is what it is, right? We're
Right.
not saying, oh my God, they're lying or whatever. But I'm just saying, like, if you were going to explain that policy, just explain it. Don't put anything extra on it where now you're insulting our people because they're doing what you guys told them to do. I mean, it's fine. I understand it's a pivot. We got to pivot. We're short on test kits. Only certain people can get tested. But, I mean, if you tell us to jump through these damn COVID hoops and we're jumping through them, don't tease us for jumping through the hoops that you're holding.
Yeah, I feel like, especially because there's so much stigma already attached to so many other things, getting tested shouldn't be one of those things.
Yeah. I mean, do you guys just not want people to get tested? I mean, what about when we get more test kits? What is the message going to be? People are going to be like, oh, no, we're going to get in trouble. Because that's what I hear. When I hear former Senator Fernando Estevez talking like that, knowing our people, it doesn't matter what he's saying, the tone, the words, the delivery. What our people are hearing is, oh, we're going to get in trouble if we go get tested, if we don't have a runny nose or we're not bleeding out of our eyeballs.
Yeah, at least initially, the 3 T's and the 3 W's did not have an asterisk behind it.
Right,
It
yes.
wasn't like, it wasn't test conditionally or test judiciously.
Right, yeah.
Or test responsibly. It was test.
And so it is what it is, guys. I know I don't think we're through with this thing. I know a lot of people who are still like trying to, ask me, can I help them get tested, because they just want to know their status. Anyway, that's where we are.
Well, yeah. I was going to say, do you know what did have an asterisk, but never mind.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
So we have a daily question.
car score.
Yeah, the car score.
Yeah. Well, that's over with, so maybe we're over with this too. So.
What do we got for the daily question?
Yeah,
we did it.
Yeah, we did it. Yeah, we asked, and today we're getting more thoughts on people's reaction to the new priority for testing. So.
Right on. Okay, so again, the priority for symptomatic patients, high-risk close contacts, described here in this public health guidance as unvaccinated or not fully vaxxed, age 65 or older, multiple comorbidities or multiple underlying health conditions, a moderately to severely immunocompromised condition. So there you go. I mean, it is what it is. They've only got about, from what I saw in Daniel's story, about 30,000 test kits. But just anecdotally, we do know that the Catholic schools were running low.
Mm-hmm.
They said they had put forward the ask. We know that the business community, some of them were given the test kits to be able to test their employees to comply with your governor's mandate. They're running low. So it looks like we're low on test kits, guys.
And what was the ETA, Tomas, for those federal test kits that you could get off COVIDtest.gov?
7 to 12 days from when you order them.
Okay,
right.
so
Yeah.
And knowing, like Chris said, it might get stuck in
Richmond with my long shirt.
Which we're I don't know if it's even going through Richmond, but.
I mean, there's not much of an upside there, but if there is even like a shred of one, I know if I'm getting the 4 test kits for my
That's
house,
not gonna
I also know
come
I'm getting 3
until-
books that I've been waiting for like 6 weeks.
Right, yeah, it's gonna take forever.
Yeah.
I mean, did any of us order any test kits?
Well, I'm confused about the address thing.
Right.
Then I work for the media. So it's like one.
Should we do an explainer video?
We should. We
Yeah.
totally should. So
Yes.
it's one address.
Yeah.
4 test kits per one
Right.
address.
And nationwide too. I know
Yes.
there's trouble with people who live in the same apartment building.
Multi-generational households.
So,
Tomas.
but apparently,
Or people with 20 kids.
Yeah.
Right.
Whoa,
and
I feel
so-
attacked, Jay. Easy.
No.
Well, you can take some of mine.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's like the CDC thinks we're all like the Americano sitcom family. Get mom and dad and a kid and a dog. Give it, 4
Yeah,
test
no,
kits.
see that's the other thing. I mean, you could have someone with a bunch
Yeah.
of kids and like in the same house, or someone like Tomas who's
Yeah.
a single bachelor who lives like by himself. No, and you stockpile this.
Oh, you're gonna stop. Let's go. We have a caller, guys, who's got a comment about this new policy. Good morning, sir.
Hafidi.
What's up?
Good morning, sir.
How's your mental health?
So I'm not too sure at the point. Had the pleasure of catching the announcement, but my name is Phil Letty, and through the Guam Chamber of Commerce and the Guam Contractors Association's channels, I did put out a notice to the business community in regards to a federal program that I was able to bring to Guam, and hopefully after successfully launching it on Guam, offering it to Saipan, that complements and fills the gap of these testing shortages. I partnered up with a company called USA Medical LLC. Their program's completely funded by the CARES Act, and I got commitments for up to 20,000 tests per week for the island of Guam. And it's free on-site testing at the commercial place of business. And it is inclusive to everybody.
What kind of conversation have you had with public health about this?
Well, I finally got a call back. I spoke to Ms. Janelle. I know she was going to speak to Mr. Fernando, and I'm hoping to further that conversation. Initially, we were just presenting it through the business community to complement the the government's efforts with their mass testing, we can alleviate a lot of the strain at that TZN line if through these on-site testings at throughout the various businesses on Guam. So that was the initial target of the program.
Hi, sir. So is that for surveillance purposes or more so for contact tracing in terms of the test kits that you're hoping to get?
Well, just judging off of what our initial game plan was, I mean, with the government and the governor, it's the only way to get a grasp of this is to stay ahead of it. So it is a weekly reoccurring testing program that is available to the companies to offer to all of their employees. So I mean, it's absolutely free. We pay for the kits to be shipped to the company. We pay for the actual tester administrator to visit the company for the weekly testing, and then we pay for the overnight shipment of the samples to our certified lab in Hawaii. Results will be made readily available 24 to 48 hours on an online portal, but it's a weekly reoccurring thing. Well, whether you're asymptomatic or not, whether you're vaccinated or not, we know we can all catch it and spread it. So by stepping ahead of it, then we were able to notify if someone is positive, and those companies can make an immediate action plan for their close contact tracing throughout their organization.
Yeah, so I guess what are your thoughts on the new, I mean, obviously when this program kicks in, you won't have to rely too much on public testing, but with this new priority, do you have any comment or thoughts on that, on their new priority testing on the government's end?
I think the fact is nationwide, there is a mass shortage of tests. And I think that's the situation that our government has found themselves in or at the end of. That's just the honest truth. But of course, propositioning it and kind of picking and choosing who can test. I mean, I'm not a scientist or a doctor for that matter, so I don't have too much comment on that. But if we do have access to other approved funded programs that can assist and complement what we already have or don't have at the moment, then let's take full advantage of it.
And is this something you just kind of found yourself or talked with the government, with GovGuam, or?
Actually, a former Guam resident reached out to me on LinkedIn, and the company that he's also the same exact company that he's contracted through. They've done millions of tests in the mainland. They're the testers for Walt Disney, Coca-Cola, Kroger, Chick-fil-A, Bank of America, so on and so forth. So he's like, man, I want to see what I can do for our island because he saw the numbers start spiking. So we had communications. I ran a Zoom presentation a few weeks ago. All the insurance companies were on it. GVB was on it. I had meetings, Zoom meetings with UOG, St. John's. I spoke to the Catholic school director, and I just want to offer it, and I want hopefully people take advantage of it. But now that our island finds themselves with a testing material shortage, then let's exhaust it. Let's exhaust this channel, and maybe when we do get our test kits or whatnot, we can readjust our own CARES Act funding to another area of need.
All right, sir.
Got
Thanks
it,
so much
yeah.
for sharing that. And
Thank you, Phil. I'm pretty sure we'll be in
follow up.
touch for some follow-up info.
I'm just going to give you the email address for any companies or organizations. Mariana's free COVID testing at gmail.com, or you can reach me at 777-0240.
All right, thank you.
Hey, thanks, Phil.
Right on, you guys stay safe.
You too, man. 9:43. Let's go ahead and close the show out. We did have a couple comments here. Daisy, look this one, Tomas. I know you're looking for comments. Daisy comments in here at 9:39 a.m. Chris, it's already being told to us we tried to go get tested, and they're only prioritizing those with symptoms.
Today?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, this
well, I wonder, is
predictable.
that the policy that actually kicked in last Monday? Because they shifted the like how they will, like the pecking order, for lack of
Right.
a much better term, like when people line up, they say, they go around on the golf cart apparently, and then they'll say, are you feeling sick? Are you not well? And then if you are very symptomatic and everything like that, they'll bump you up.
Right, but apparently, according to this commenter,
But yeah, if
it's
Daisy
happening
said
today.
they're already doing tomorrow's
So
policy today, ooh, boy.
I hung out at the I didn't hang out, but I stopped by the T's and testing site, and I was just talking to some of the cars.
You need a hobby, bro.
And I said, so why are you getting tested? And some of it was like they were sick. Oh, I'm sick. Oh, the wife's sick. Oh, the kid's sick. But some of it was like, oh, my brother got positive, and so I'm coming to check if I'm positive. So all those people, like if your family member was positive and you just want to know your status, whether you're asymptomatic, or a symptomatic who hasn't yet got the symptoms, you would technically be turned away. So I don't know what to tell you guys. I mean, it's kind of life or death, right? Because you don't know if you're going to have a runny nose or if you're going to end up dead from this thing. So just do what you got to do. Go to TGen and see if they'll test you. And, you know, I'm not saying don't take no for an answer, but I mean, those are our test kits. Those are the people's test kits. No, I'm serious. Because if I was there and I was like, oh, I want to get tested,
Yeah.
and they were like, oh, do you have a runny nose? Are you bleeding out your eyeballs?
I mean, a lot of people pointing out that these free federal COVID test kits are things people paid for too. So.
Yeah. Anyway, 9:45. Let's go ahead and finish it out with the news here. Brought to you by Pacific Points with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Once again, good morning, Jason Solis.
Good morning, and good morning to all of our friends at Pacific Points who are proudly bringing you the Link Update headlines each and every day. Pacific Points, do more, get more. Thanks to our friends out there. Shout out to the hardworking folks at Pacific Points. Well, our island is in mourning today once again, as there are 4 COVID-related deaths that have us all collectively grieving on this Tuesday, as we once again pray for the lives lost due to coronavirus. The 277th such death was a 98-year-old, partially vaccinated man with underlying health conditions who died on the 22nd. Also on that day, the 278th COVID-related fatality was a vaccinated 96-year-old woman with underlying health conditions. The 279th COVID-related fatality was an unvaccinated 84-year-old man who also had underlying health conditions who passed away on the 23rd. And an unvaccinated 86-year-old woman with underlying health conditions was the island's 280th COVID-related fatality. She succumbed to the virus yesterday. The Joint Information Center did confirm 28 people admitted to island hospitals with COVID-19. 17 are at GMH, 9 are at GRMC, and 2 are at Naval Hospital. Of those, 20 are vaccinated and 8 are unvaccinated. Public Health also did confirm yesterday 662 new COVID cases from Saturday through Monday. 151 of those cases were reported through the Department of Defense. You, of course, saw Rear Admiral Benjamin Nicholson, the commander of Joint Region Marianas, earlier talking about efforts to combat COVID on military bases on island. At GDOE, the largest agency in Gov Guam, they reported 38 new cases of their own involving students last night and 11 cases from staffers. As far as testing, remember, you do need to make an appointment if you are to be tested. And now, with the new policies taking effect tomorrow, there is a priority for the islands, what they call the most vulnerable. So please go to tinyurl.com/COVID stops with me. As I was saying a few moments ago, today, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, all booked solid right now. But slots available if you do want to get tested for COVID-19 by Public Health at the TGen testing site at the Old Carnival Grounds on Friday and Saturday. If you want to be tested and you do have symptoms right now, you can make an appointment to be tested at either the Dedido Northern Regional Health Clinic or the Southern Regional Health Clinic in Inalahan. Joseph's going to pop up those numbers for you. Thank you, Mr. Sir. The numbers to call to make an appointment to be seen at Dedido, 671-635-7525 or 7526. Once again, 635-7525 or 7526. To be seen in Inalahan, 671 is the number to call, 828-7604 or 7605, 828-7604, 7605. Again, appointments only to be seen at the island's regional healthcare clinics. Now we get into our news packages now, as it's been, of course, a little over a fortnight now of the island hitting triple-digit cases, and even with the new appointment-based system in place, the TGen site continues to see long lines. Here is more on the new testing strategy by the Department of Public Health, and Chris is going to look up the word fortnight.
We are going to be making right now the decision that starting on Wednesday, for now, we will be rationing testing and limiting to those with the highest risk, and those will be symptomatics and high risk close contacts. And those risks are based on COVID-19 risk for severe illness, hospitalization, and death, which are pretty consistent standards across the board.
COVID-19 Public Health Emergency Incident Commander Fernando Estevez announcing DPHSS's new testing plan. According to Estevez, though the lines are long at the TGen test site, Public Health is exceeding the national average of testing per person in this ongoing surge, confirmed by Public Health Surveillance Branch Director Vince Campo.
The total tests since the start of this current surge that we're in, which we're calling around January 3rd, is actually 35,000 tests. So in the past 20 days or so, we've actually been testing quite heavily, and so 35,000 tests and 35,677 tests at a test positivity of about 20.3%. Right. So the test positivity is high, and also our testing is also high.
From January 3rd to January 21st of this year, Public Health has been averaging 1,870 tests per day, twice as much as the previous surge. This high number of testing is suspected to be because of the highly infectious Omicron variant.
Looking at our current surge, you can see it seems that our numbers are starting to form towards the middle of the week. So you can see these small dips are usually our Sundays. You can see that it was usually towards the end or the beginning, but now we're seeing larger spikes in the middle, where again, this was our biggest day, closer to 2,800. And that's when now we're starting to see our test positivity rise as well.
Coming out of the Delta surge, Public Health had 66,000 test kits, but as of today, only approximately 33,000 remain. DPHSS has placed more orders for test kits, but with a nationwide shortage of said test kits, it's unclear when Public Health will receive more. Daniel Perez reporting for Guam's News.
Thanks so much, Daniel. Information is sketchy at this point on that grisly discovery of an expired body up in Jigo. Hannah Devanzo tells you what is known.
Little is known about an ongoing death investigation. What do we know? Officers from the Dededo precinct arrived at a residence in Jigo on Challen Emsley Street around 7:26 a.m. on Sunday. The street is located in a quiet residential area, tucked away from the main road with many trees surrounding the home. Jigo Mayor Anthony Sanchez.
Pretty safe. We've had a few problems in there, but, with the help of GPD, it's got a little bit better.
Much of the morning, officers could be seen in and around the home. They allegedly found an unresponsive male, age unknown, within the residence. According to a press release from GPD acting spokesperson Officer Berlin Sevilla, which was issued Sunday afternoon, the male had injuries which could have resulted from foul play. Guam Fire Department spokesperson Kevin Riley said, because GPD is still conducting their investigation, GFD cannot comment on the patient's status. Sevilla added that detectives with GPD's criminal investigation section were activated and the investigation is ongoing. KUAM reached out to GPD and could not provide any comment as of news time. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Hannah Devanzo.
And also this morning, Chris joins us with his ongoing coverage of the Vice Speaker's 6-month absence from the legislature, and that issue is raising questions from concerned citizens and at least one of her legislative colleagues.
Vice Speaker Tina Muñoz Barnes left Island in July of last year and hasn't been back to Guam since. The legislative record showing the Vice Speaker left Island July 16th of 2021, and since then, she has sent notice after notice twice monthly to her colleagues, each one saying she will continue to be absent from session and voting. Sources saying Barnes initially left Island to support an immediate family member seeking medical care. Her office notifying media of an Arizona car accident the Vice Speaker was involved in back in September, but her colleagues haven't heard anything about Barnes' situation since then. And now Minority Senator Tello Taidagui is asking, where in the world is Vice Speaker Tina Muñoz Barnes?
We've been left in the dark for quite some time on really what's going on.
Not just colleagues, but citizens concerned as well, as an email was sent to all senators from a John Cruz asking for clarification on, quote, how a sitting senator has lived in another state for an estimated 6 months while receiving a salary from Guam taxpayers. So we asked the Vice Speaker's office what is going on, getting the statement from Barnes' staffer Shirag Bajwani, the WhatsApp message reading, quote, like so many, I am working remotely every day and will continue to focus on the people of Guam no matter what. It's true that I left home for a family medical emergency. It's true that I'm recovering from a serious car accident, something I wish on no one. And it's true that I would much rather be home with all of you than anywhere else in the world. I'm doing everything I can to return home to Guam as soon as I can, where I have been and continue to be a lawful resident. At present, I'm working remotely on matters important to Guam, like the Good Neighbor Next Door program, which would secure added affordable housing for frontliners, and I am engaged with federal partners on issues such as transshipment and the COFA renegotiations.
she says she's doing things remotely, but we haven't seen her on any of the Zoom public hearings.
Senator Taitigui did say the statement from Barnes addressing her absence, which so far is the equivalent to 1/4 of her senatorial term, was long overdue.
Family always comes first. And Chris, I'm sure you're the same way. When you have someone who's sick, that's priority, number one. But then the people of Guam still need, you work for them. They still need to know what's going on. And like I said, I'm glad that some statement did come out from her office moving forward.
Although the vice speaker has not attended session or voted on any measure since July, her legislative absences have been excused, meaning she has officially notified her colleagues of her absences. For Guam's News Network, Chris Barnett reports.
And of course, thank you to our friends at Pacific Points. Remember, I was saying Pacific Points, if you want to find those KN95 masks, I found them there last week. Pacific Points will definitely set you up. Good, hardworking people that want to make sure that you are staying safe. So thank you and shout out to our friends, the crew over at Pacific Points, where you can do more, get more. Now let's, as we wind towards the 10 o'clock hour on this Tuesday morning, let's check out Uncle King Conception, who's got your more news up.
Buenos tardes to get some to be sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. The American Red Cross mafafanay mas added na finatanhaga di mas 10 anos na tempo. Lometres mapadedesyazo entre Estados Unidos, especialmente na Hospital Publiko guni gi Zaguahan, sama na segurar au itaw-tauta na titay guni gi Islata. Sigon spokesperson para Hospital Guam Memorial, si Mai Habib, hospital sa timafafanay na finata no idinamandan haga sa inipol si suplikan haga. Hasangan si Habib na kumumagay na matuad sa na tempo and sigira sempre hospital. Makudsigi planon niya ni para na faise ni mamananay haga guni gi Islata. Mas asunto, ima-release ng informasyon para ifinina na quartet physical na sakan 2022 sa anong nasalapi ni maresisibi ng gobernamentong Guahan sa Tatkilornia kinoy mananangga. Adji mananangga ng kantidang salapi ng gobernamento kada mes ng mafananang Consolidated Revenue and Expenditure Report. Anong na December na mes 2021 na sakan 35 milyon pesos mas sumahalom kinoy mananangga. A representa adjo 16 milyon pesos na inatisa ginin November na mes no kasi 19 milyon pesos. Ima na alisa na report gin ni Budget Bureau sa anong na income tax siya gin ni persona jang kompanya siya sa withholding sa 15.6 milyon pesos mas kanoy may estima para i-permit 3 meses na tempo. Pagi business privilege na tax siya sa 20.7 milyon pesos mas kanoy mananangga gi adjo na Duranti. Ito muna sunto gifinut sa moro para pago na matis gin ni KUAM News. Pero continue ang momento ni Departamento ng Salud Publiko at si finakpo eskwela na klinik binakuna. Pago na sa mga gi 4 na eskwela ng Departamento ng Edukasyon pero manay lugar manay na niya estudanti siya. I-COVID vaccine outreach sa schedule para pago na dia. Desde las 3 gitalones sa las 6 kapapuengi gi Weringale Elementary School. Gi Metcoles ni parewa na ora pero managwaha gitalo Fofo Elementary na eskwela. Sa gi Webes, dos sempre mababa desde las 3 gitalones sa las 6 kapapuengi gi Siaw Taitanu Elementary at ni Maleso Elementary na eskwela siya. Guha todo klasen amod binakuna sa todo G booster na dulog. Para Guam News Network, Gual Sikin Conception. Yasuto ifinut sa moro sa presenta sa ninafato ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
All right, good morning. Tuesday, Pacific Points, Cowboy Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box on this 25th day of the longest January ever. Good morning. KUAM TV, thanks. Sir, do we need to sign off on KUAM and then do Cover Me? So that's what we're going to do. Okay. Jay, good job today.
Thank you. Okay, lots of information to unpack, guys. So please go to KUAM.com if you want to read any of it. If you want to watch any of the stories, including Daniel's really big story with Fernando Esteves yesterday about the new testing policy. Speaking of big stories, you want to actually, like Tomas says all the time, smash that subscribe button for our YouTube channel because we got a huge report.
There's compelling stuff on there.
Very compelling.
Jay, but let's say like I'm the governor's chief of staff and I get in trouble if I listen to the link, so I don't, but I heard something about the Rear Admiral coming on and kind of saying that the $1 billion healthcare complex on Eagles Field probably not going to happen. Where would I go to watch that interview?
As soon as we are done with this, I'm going to go scram spam, and I'm going to go start editing that thing.
Wow, that's yeah. You're really
You
good
jam
at
it
that.
and scram it and spam it, bro.
This is another word that we use, like, you know, when we were in high school.
Right on. Kellogg's
Not
on your
not
spam.
shod, but we definitely use that. Jam, scram, spam.
All right. Thank you, Jay.
You were saying you want to go like stroll patrol to like Teason or whatever you said.
Yeah, no, go for it, man. Tom, good job.
Don't go there. Don't
Good,
go
thank you. Joe, sir, thank
Good
you
job,
guys.
Tommy.
KUAM TV.
Y'all are in trouble.
This has been the link. Hasta. Adios.
Tomas is the only guy.
Sister Christian, all the time has come, and you know that you're the only one to say, okay. Where you going, what you looking for? You know those boys don't wanna play no more with you. It's true. You're motoring. What's your price for flight? In finding Mr. Right, you'll be alright tonight. Babe, you know you're growing up so fast, and mama's worrying that you won't last to say, let's play. Sister Christian, there's so much in life. Don't you give it up before your time is due. It's true. It's true. Yeah. You're motoring. What's your price for flight? town.